We would now like to call this meeting of the Provo Municipal Council to order. The date is April 20th. The time is 12:13 p.m. This meeting will be conducted as a hybrid meeting with some in-person components, as well as continued virtual meeting access. The meeting will be available to the public for live broadcasts and on-demand viewing on YouTube and Facebook at youtube.com/Provo City Council and facebook.com/Provo Council. As this meeting is being broadcast live on the web, I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. Today we have here at the anchor location in the council chambers, George Handley and Dave Sewell, and it looks like we have all other counselors are accounted for and are participating virtually. We also have here on the dais Mayor Kafusi and members of the mayor's office are here as well. The opening prayer will be provided by me. Our Heavenly Father, we are very grateful to be able to meet here in the council chambers for the first time in a very long time. Grateful for the progress that has been made in bringing the pandemic to an end, hopefully soon. Grateful for all of our public servants and staff who do so much to make this a well-functioning city government. We're grateful for our citizens, especially, who do so much to make this a wonderful community. We pray for thy spirit to be with us, that we'll be able to overcome any technical difficulties and have good discussions and make good decisions for the benefit of our citizens. We offer this prayer in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions, unless otherwise invited by the chair. Use the raised hand to indicate that you would like to speak. Please wait to speak until called on by the council chair. And along that line, I want to make sure I've got my window open so I can see when hands are raised. All right. First item that we have, it is proposed that we approve the following minutes from the December 15th, 2020 work meeting and the March 16th, 2021 work meeting. Are there any objections or requested changes? Seeing none, we'll declare those minutes approved by unanimous consent. First item on our agenda today is a presentation regarding the mayor's office fiscal year 2021-2022 budget. And this item is to be presented by Wayne Parker, our Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. It's a beautiful day in St. George. Cliff Strachan and Dave Dixon Holmes and I are attending the Utah City County Management Association Spring Conference and getting some great education and great networking opportunities. So thank you for the opportunity to present. The mayor's office budget is in many ways pretty unimpressive. While it's the bottom line budget number is certainly reasonable and been relatively constant over history. We did add a position, as you may remember, a year and a half ago or so when we made the transition to development services. But absent that, not much has changed in the mayor's office budget in the time that I've been here. So today's effort will simply be to give you a quick summary, to try to highlight some things that are maybe a little different in the mayor's office budget than you'll find in some of our other city budgets. So John, I'm assuming I can control here, right? So let's give it a try. Okay, there we go. All right. Just got to figure out the right button. So the mayor's office functions really are just the role of the mayor and her staff as the chief executive officer and staff of the city. So we, by code, we oversee enforcement of city ordinances and policies. The office serves as the face of the city in many ways to residents, businesses, visitors, and others. The mayor represents the city in formal and informal settings. So things as broad as conversations with Kafusi online or Ask Me Anythings to ribbon cuttings and attending neighborhood meetings and those sorts of things. The staff and the mayor supervise the day-to-day activities of city government. So again, everything from reviewing and approving contracts to supervising the work of department directors, to meeting with employees, to disseminating information. The mayor's office also has the primary responsibility to promote the city and enhance the city's reputation among our residents and outside of Provo. And then we work hard to inform and engage residents on city issues. So the vision associated with the mayor's office, this is one of the council's questions, is again to promote awareness, to effectively communicate with the broad spectrum of residents and stakeholders, to brand the community in a way that attracts residents, employees, visitors, and businesses to Provo, and promotes and enhances our quality of life. Recently, the mayor's office has adopted 4 kind of guiding principles we've called the Provo Pillars. And that really are the focus of the mayor's administration. So first of all, it's keeping Provo safe and sound as a community, meaning that our residents are safe and feel safe in the community. Sound, that we are fiscally sound and procedurally and structurally sound in the city organization. We're forward-looking. We're thinking about issues 25 years out, not just about a short 2, 4, or 5-year horizon. That we are economically vibrant, that we are doing things that create jobs, build a strong local economy, and provide economically viable services to our residents. And finally, that we're welcoming, that we embrace our city tagline of welcome home, that we're recognizing that Provo should be inclusive, open, diverse, creating opportunities again for our residents and visitors to feel at home when they come to Provo. So again, a number of the issues in the general plan and vision, that's again one of the council staff's questions. So we've highlighted a few of these that align with our department mission. We disseminate information using effective communication tools. We try to make local government as transparent and easy to access as possible. That we share with the community how best to influence policymaking at every level of government. This one we again share with the municipal council. We encourage government entities to create citizen academies, much like we've done with the Provology program. We work to increase the diversity of residents and stakeholders serving on government boards and commissions. And again, we've worked hard at that. We clearly have more to do to achieve kind of the ideal state on that one. We develop and adopt best practices in citizen engagement. And again, the pandemic has forced us to be pretty creative about how we do that. In-person open houses and town halls have not been possible in the last year. And so we've tried to do a lot more with technology and, again, sharing with the council tools that you have and we have to better engage our residents. And then we work hard to encourage civility in the community by building bridges of trust and keeping the citizens informed on complex issues. Again, that's been a little more difficult during the pandemic, but one that we've really worked hard to embrace. So kind of our key priorities for the coming year. It's sort of the same general priorities we had in fiscal 21, but again, projects are moving along. So we expect to complete the City Hall and Public Safety Facility in the late spring of next year. So before the beginning of the new fiscal year, we'll be in our new building, and that's pretty exciting to us. So we've got a lot of work to do to ensure that the facility is ready. We need to complete our airport passenger terminal, which will be roughly about the same time as the new City Hall facility. We will continue development on our long-range plan on the wastewater treatment plant. We'll hit some important milestones during fiscal 2022. We continue to work very hard on one of the mayor's key priorities, and which has been to improve retail services on the west side of the freeway. And again, it's as much about economic development as it is about quality of life for the residents on the west side of the city. And then to continue to foster and encourage and strengthen redevelopment opportunities at the Town Center Mall and at the Mix, which are a couple of our larger projects that we're currently engaged in. So a couple of the key council budget questions related to unfunded or underfunded services. And again, there were a couple of things that we've been considering with the change in administration in Washington and change of the control of Congress and the control of the White House. We're hearing a lot more about returning to congressional earmarks, which was kind of a hallmark of the prior Republican administrations to eliminate. And so again, one of the things we're considering closely is the idea of contracting with a federal lobbyist. We had one for many, many years back when congressional earmarks were a thing. And now that they appear to be coming back, and we're starting to hear outreach from our congressional delegation about projects that we'd really like to see funded, we're thinking it might be time for us to re-engage with a lobbyist in Washington who can keep their fingers on the pulse of what's happening there and looking for funding opportunities for projects in Provo. And then secondly, we included in our supplemental requests a request, and again, we'll be talking about this as we get into budget, that the innovation fund that we've had for the last number of years, we have just gone through our key selection process. We're finalizing that for projects, and we will zero out the innovation fund with this year's project list. And so we'd like to continue the dialogue with council, the council carryover committee, as well as other efforts to ensure that we can find an opportunity to do some replenishment of the innovation fund this year. And we'll be happy to come report on that as soon as we have some progress and finalize the award of projects. And you're going to see some that I think you're going to be really excited about. So budget divisions in the department, the mayor's office, we have 6 divisions within our department. We have the mayor, and again, we'll talk about staffing there in a minute. The deputy mayor has a budget division, as well as the chief administrative officer. Public information, we have a mayor general division that really kind of crosses all roles in the mayor's office. We'll talk about that. And then we have media services, which functions kind of as a subset of public information, but has its own division. So mayor's office staffing, this is kind of how it breaks down among the various department divisions in the department. So the mayor's budget includes the mayor and our 2 administrative and executive assistants. The deputy mayor has 1 position, which is our deputy mayor. The CAO division has 2, which is my position, as well as the assistant CAO. Public information has 1 1/4 positions, and that's Nicole Martin, and Whitney Booth, who's a part-time contract employee with us, does a lot of social media work. And the media services, which has 2 full-time positions and 3 part-time positions. So basically, we're 9 full-time employees and another 3, essentially 3 FTEs. So that's the mayor's office staffing. Notable items in the mayor's budget: we carry all of the interlocal contributions or membership. So things like Utah Lake Commission, Mountain Land Association of Governments, Utah League of Cities are funded out of the mayor's budget. So that has a tendency to kind of make our budget look a little bit inflated. We have contract services, which include our Qualtrics subscription, which allows, for a lot of our citizen engagement and surveying efforts, the online version of the city newsletter. The actual city newsletter printed version is funded in customer service. And then our lobbyist contract, where we work on with some very limited services with a lobbyist that works with us on state legislative issue. We have special events and public engagement expenses. And then for some odd reason, and it's been this way since I've been here, I think the odd reason is that it forces the mayor's office eyes to look at graffiti issues. But our graffiti abatement contract that's done with the district court is part of our city budget as well. So kind of an interesting little sidelight. So some special events and public engagement. Again, we do civic events like Memorial Day, Veterans Day, Bike to Work Day, Provo Women's Day. We pay for the staffing of the Freedom Festival parade route that's done by the city staff, and those expenses are housed in the mayor's office. We have sustainability and clean air programs. We have an annual event that we host for all the mayors in the county in an effort, again, to create bridges of trust with our neighboring communities. We have done the Provo City birthday every year. Again, this year, largely we didn't because of the pandemic. We covered the state of the city and its costs. Again, utility, newsletter. We prepare the newsletter. We don't actually pay for the printing and mailing costs. And the email blasts that we do Provo Pulse and other community outreach and surveys, and we do the Provology Citizens Academy out of our budget. We have some kind of opportunity events that are not, we don't do them every year, but they have been things that we kind of look at. So the Ride the Parkway project, we paid for the deer abatement website that allows residents to come in and make requests for deer abatement services. Every 4 years, we do the inauguration, and so we typically have a little bulge in our budget every 4 years. We have done the Provo History book series with Robert Carter. Again, it's been a couple of years since we've done a book, and we expect to have that coming up in the next couple of year or two. And then we anticipate this year, and we've budgeted for some expenses associated with open houses for the City Hall public safety facility and the airport terminal. So those are included in our office budget this year as well. We do, again, resident recognition at council meetings. So we've done Mayor's Award of Excellence and some of those kinds of things. We do town hall meetings and town hall events, open houses. We do contests. We've done photo contests that allow us to get some really wonderful photography that we own and can use on social media. We have done provoconnect.com, which is kind of a separate but integrated website with provo.org. And this is a place where residents can learn about rumors in the city that we're attempting to correct and have ways to connect with the city in a variety of fashions. And then occasionally we'll sponsor some private events as well, where we invite, for example, a number of people who are active on social media. We love to do a few a year of in-person events where we can answer questions, and sometimes we'll provide breakfast for those groups. And so those kind of fall into these what I would call unique or opportunity events. So budget highlights, again, I've tried to highlight the things that are a little different in our budget than you might find in other city budgets. So again, we We have some money for events. We have some engagement dollars, again, as we've talked about some of these efforts to reach out in the broader community. About 7% of our budget is these intergovernmental issues. So again, they're typically memberships in various groups. Contract services, again, about a 1.5% of our budget. Again, that's the lobbyist and the graffiti abatement and some of those kinds of things. And so roughly 13% of our budget is made up of these relatively unique expenditures that really don't find themselves in most other city department budgets. I wanted to just highlight media services for a moment. Again, we have 2 full-time people and 3 part-time folks, interns, and again, just part-time employees. So we operate Channel 17, which is a cable channel. We operate the city's YouTube channel. Media services also does internal videos. So we do training videos for city employees. Again, we promote some civic engagement, and then we try to creatively address city issues and services. The little photo here is of our can video, which we produced a couple of years ago, that explains the difference between black, blue, and green can lids and kind of how that operates in the city. And again, tried to be pretty creative with a little music video for that. Again, we have a division manager who is full-time. We have a full-time graphic designer in that staff, and then we have some part-time city employees there as well. So again, online engagement, just wanted to hit a few of the highlights. And again, we never want to throw our neighboring cities under the bus, but just as a basis of comparison, we've shared some stats here about our social media and video efforts. And again, we look for ways to engage our residents, and hopefully in creative ways that get them interested and excited. So again, our Facebook followers, we have just under 30,000 Facebook followers, about nearing 10,000 Twitter followers. Instagram is something, as you probably know, that's been an area of significant growth for us. And our Instagram following is, again, generally attracting a younger group of our residents, most, again, young adults and teenagers and others. And then we have about 1.7 thousand YouTube subscribers on our various YouTube channels. So we're pretty excited about the level of online engagement, and we're very happy with the number of folks who follow us on social media. And then finally, again, we recognize that taking credit for recognitions is dangerous territory. Every recognition kind of has its own algorithm that's used, but again, best performing city has been a highlight. And again, best performing city probably applies as much to the metro area as it does to the city itself. But the best run cities in the nation is all us. It is not, we don't share that with Orem and Lehigh and others. And again, the ideas of low per capita budget, quality of city services, and there's a wide variety of those, crime rate, quality of our infrastructure, and low long-term debt all play into that equation. And those are things I think the city team as a whole, including all of our elected officials, can certainly take credit for. So that's the highlights of the mayor's office budget. Again, not a lot to look for. We think we get a lot of bang for the buck. At least we hope we do, and provide a lot of value to our residents. So again, happy to answer any questions you might have about the mayor's office budget and how it operates.
Councilor Ellsworth?
Yeah, I'm curious, what is Provo Pulse?
So Provo Pulse is a program that we have used through Qualtrics, and it's a survey that we can send out, and we have regularly on typically a 3 or 4 question survey that we send out to 35,000 email addresses of our residents that we've collected through a variety of sources. And it's designed to be a quick pulse on a given issue. And so, while we get into much greater depth in programs like Online City Hall, where we're able to do some education and as well as getting informed opinions of our residents, these are folks who have generally opted into an email list, and we consider them to be some of our more informed residents. And so we can send out just a 3 or 4 question survey that we can get back really quick information on a given issue that we might be struggling with. Again, it's just a tool that we've developed in Qualtrics that allows us to get that very quick feedback from residents.
Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Wayne. It's always good to kind of get an overview of what our offices and departments are doing, and this was very helpful. If you don't mind, when you talk about the 4 pillars,
yes,
it reminds me of the 4 areas of focus that the council, it's been a few years since we adopted them, and I don't think we've talked about them recently, but anyway, it just reminded me of these, and so these the Provo Council areas of focus is
yes,
healthy environment, responsible government, vibrant community, and thriving commerce. And I think there's some overlap with the 4 pillars.
Yep,
and
for sure.
I think that's something that maybe the council at some point should look at, and do we want to update those, or do we still feel committed to them? Because I think these pillars, these frameworks, these areas of focus are good to kind of keep in mind as we consider bigger questions and focus our efforts.
Thanks. We absolutely welcome that dialogue.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Ellsworth.
Yeah, you may not be prepared for this question. There are over a dozen social media accounts, and there's a handful of websites. The council has a separate website, and then the council has an element within the city website, and then there's Provo Connect, and then there's just a lot of different pieces. Is there opportunity to streamline that or to reduce redundancy?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for mentioning that. As has frequently been the case, as our website has evolved over the years, and when I first got here, we called our website brochureware. It was one-sided communication. It was lots of pretty pictures, not much substance. And it's now been 7 years since we refreshed our website. We have a great tool that we acquired a number of years ago from a company called Granicus, which continues to kind of be the backbone of the website. But it's clearly time for some substantial upgrades to that. And again, we've largely been waiting until the Workday project is complete, to where we'll have, again, some resources, within our IT operation to do some work there. I think a lot of these little side sites that have developed, and including our own Provo Connect, that the mayor's office kind of developed, largely was because the format and structure of the website is constraining and just out of date. And so in an effort to try to do something, rather than, sometimes, the perfect is the enemy of good, and we just wanted to be good. So our intent will be, when we do a website refresh over the next 18 months or so, again, once Workday is done a little bit later this year, we intend to put a lot of focus onto a refresh on the website. And hopefully we'll be able to incorporate all of these tools that have been developed sort of separately, in part, again, because the website structure and design is really just, it's 7 years old, and in technology that might as well be 20 years old. So we're anxious to do that. We've just kind of been waiting for the resources to become available to get more serious about that. So yeah, we totally agree.
All right. Well, if there's no other questions, we'll thank you, Mr. Parker, for this.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I hope you'll excuse me. I'm going to try to get back to my conference, and I'll hope to join up with you again later this evening in council meeting.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. We'll move on to item number 2 then, which is a presentation regarding the Public Works fleet fiscal year budget. And this will be presented by Brian Torgeson, Warren Merritt, and Jimmy McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Council. We appreciate the opportunity to visit with you a little bit today regarding the needs and a general report on our fleet operations and the vehicle replacement. Before we get into the meat of the presentation, which will be presented by our fleet manager and also Jimmy, just want to give maybe just a quick rundown to the council on where fleet fits in the operations within the city. It's not something that when you think of public works, you don't necessarily think fleet operations, but that is where our fleet operations reside. They are a responsibility of public works and specifically public services, along with streets, stormwater, sanitation, and the airport. So also as a quick item of note, you may not have recognized the name Warren Merritt, but maybe some of you are more familiar with Nancy Bean. Nancy was our fleet manager who left the city back in August. Warren is the replacement for Nancy. Warren worked for Nancy for a number of years and was hired to replace Nancy when she left. So our fleet operations, just rough numbers, we're responsible for approximately 830 vehicles and or pieces of equipment, and that span across all divisions and departments of the city. That's anywhere from lawnmowers to garbage trucks. And so our fleet management team has a pretty big task. And today we're wanting to specifically address vehicle replacement and specifically within the general fund. And so this time I'd like to introduce and turn the time over to Warren Merritt, our fleet manager, and then Jimmy will be helping out as well. I'd like to thank both of them. Also our finance folks, David Mortensen, John Borgett, I believe, are available if there are any questions that are too tough for us to answer, then finance is available. So Warren.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to start just very briefly with a very quick review of a couple of things that was mentioned last year. In 2014, the Fleet Advisory Committee was created, being made up of representatives from the different city departments. And as you can see on the screen, those city departments: police, fire, parks and recreation, public works, energy, and finance. Some of the roles: the committee meets on several occasions to discuss various needs within the city fleet by evaluating several key factors of each vehicle, such as the age, mileage, and cost of maintenance. We are able to forecast the needs that the fleet will have for approximately the next 5 years or so. To help the committee in these decisions, we have adopted vehicle replacement guidelines set forth by Mercury and Associates. In 2012, they conducted an analysis of several fleets, which involved a utilization study to determine the correct fleet size, vehicle and equipment replacement cycle based on mileage and or hours, age, and duty cycle. A quick example of duty cycle would be, for example, a Ford Explorer patrol vehicle. It's going to have a shorter life, a shorter service life, because that Explorer has a much higher demand placed upon it, electronic wise, powertrain wise, suspension, everything you can think of, versus an Explorer that may be used for administrative purposes, running errands, things along those lines. That Explorer will have a much longer service life. So the data that we are able to get from Mercury and Associates helps us, the Fleet Advisory Committee, evaluate and forecast into the future to try and prevent the fleet from becoming unhealthy, which means basically having vehicles that are beyond their service life and costing more than they are worth to maintain. Some of the challenges impacting our fleet. Advancing technology is a good thing, but it's a bad thing. Technology is, even today, jumping by leaps and bounds. Just when you think they can't do any more, they have new equipment, new technology, and that's fantastic. The problem is that it costs more. We are forecasting 4% annual inflation on not just the vehicle, but the cost to upfit the vehicles. And sticking with the alternative fuel policy, in order to do this, to get a hybrid, it's going to increase the average cost of the vehicle by approximately $4,500. Due to the advanced technology, it is now feasible to replace more of our vehicles every year with these alternative fuel vehicles. That's great. I mean, we're doing our job. We're being responsible for the environment. However, again, a double-edged sword. It's going to cost us a little extra per vehicle in order to do this. As far as being able to replace more vehicles with the better technology, an example would be the police department will be ordering additional vehicles as they do every year. And because of the better technology, I'm happy to report that every single one of those vehicles will be a hybrid. That brings the total number of hybrids in the city to 39. And it will only increase from there as technology increases and as we find more vehicles that it will be feasible to be able to replace with one of the alternative fuels. Another challenge is it's known in the industry as fleet creep. And what that basically means are vehicles are being pushed beyond the replacement life. And when this happens, they wind up costing more to maintain. The repair costs, not just the maintenance, but repairing them and the downtime. And we can see there are several different graphs that are used by different fleets, but they virtually all show the same thing. They show a curve. I wish I had an example, but I do not. I apologize. They show a curve of what the vehicle is valued and how it decreases with time, as well as how the cost of maintenance and repairs increase. And eventually those two lines intersect, and that is the ideal time to replace that vehicle. We have a growing number of vehicles that are well beyond that point, therefore costing us quite a bit more to maintain. This next slide is just an example of how we are able to forecast 5 years in the future. As you can see, you have fiscal year 22 through 26. Again, this is something that is looked into by the Fleet Advisory Committee. And down the bottom, the total number of vehicles is pretty steady across the board. These are numbers that we have come up with after evaluating, again, the priorities, which vehicles are in need of replacement, the most, as well as many other contributing factors.
So the numbers that were submitted to the council with the 5-year CIP budget, it includes a page for the fleet replacement. This number of vehicles represents the amount shown in that page, which I'll show here on the next page with some additional information. So this is the general fund vehicle replacement costs. We use the vehicle replacement bank, which is a city fund that allows us to purchase the vehicles outright from that fund and pay them back through loans from the general fund and other funds that need to utilize that upfront funding.
Jimmy, we're having just a little trouble hearing you. Can you move closer to the microphone at all?
You bet. So one of the reasons we showed the previous slide was to show that it's sometimes deceiving to look at just the amount or just the number of vehicles, because some years we could have 3 vehicles that are passenger vehicles that cost less than another year where we have 1 dump truck or a jet truck that that costs significantly more. So we try to balance the number of vehicles as well as the budget for those vehicles as we look at our 5-year forecast so that we can do our best to have the least impact, the least hit to the city finances, as well as the biggest impact for replacements. So at the bottom here, I've got the general fund loan payments, which is what includes previous year loans plus new loans from these purchases. And then the FY21 funding level. So when we start each year with the base budget of the year before, I've shown that 21 funding level of 2.77 million in all 5 years, just across the row there. And then the bottom line is the difference between what the Fleet Advisory Committee is recommending above and the base budget level of last year or the current year. And that's just to show, for example, in FY22, if we were able to add $89,000 to the general fund contribution to the vehicle replacement fund, we could fund the 2.8 million in recommended vehicle replacements. If we were able to add that 89,000 to the base budget, it would reduce the FY23 amount that right now is showing 446. It would reduce that by 89,000 if we were able to include that in the base budget. So I just show that to help indicate the difference between, if we're able to add fleet funding to the base budget versus one-time money, it has a cumulative effect through the rest of the years shown. So that's the main purpose of our presentation today, is to present to you those recommendations from the Fleet Advisory Committee, which results in that request of $89,000 in FY22 that would be required to be added to meet those recommendations. I want to reiterate that that's just the current year need. The future needs would still need to be figured out in the future, but we want to let you know now what we're anticipating those to be, so that when we come back a year from now, it's not a surprise that in order to continue with these Fleet Advisory Committee recommendations, that we would require additional money in FY23 and beyond. So that's the end of our presentation, and we're glad to answer any questions.
Vice Chair Shipley.
I can, back on that spreadsheet, can you just help me understand? So year to year, when we acquire vehicles, we're doing it from a loan on a loan arrangement with the general fund, and then we're reconciling that year to year. Do we carry balances forward with that, or does it have to be reconciled to zero each year, either through appropriation plus the funded budget level?
So there are times when our purchases go beyond the fiscal year based on the timing of the vehicles, and we are able to carry that forward. And that's part of what finance requests at the end of each year through the mayor for carryover budgets.
But there's not a balance somewhere, beyond what we're looking at here as far as loans that are amortized for acquisition of vehicles. Those get reconciled each and every year.
Yes, so there are a couple different ways that we utilize the funding in the fleet replacement fund. We don't always have to use loans for some of the utilities that have sufficient funding on their own, but everything else, every vehicle that we purchase, we try to purchase through the fleet replacement fund. So it all goes through Warren. All the assets are tracked and maintained by the fleet section in Public Works, and so everything you see here represents the general fund payments and loans, assuming that they're all able to be purchased in the fiscal years as they're reflected.
And sorry, just one more quick follow-up. So when we acquire these, we're never entering a lease agreement or a amortized loan agreement with the actual seller of the vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are some fire vehicles that are in the millions of dollars to purchase that we utilize outside lease funding, but it's never. I don't think we've ever done that through. We have to bid that out, and I don't think it's ever been through the manufacturer.
Thank you.
We do have some leases that we lease some heavy equipment where we have an annual payment or an annual trade out, but those are all reflected in these costs as well.
Councillor Hanley.
Yeah, I'm curious about, and maybe I missed it if you mentioned it, but if there's, if you factored in the increased mileage, fuel efficiency of the hybrid vehicles in your overall costs, and also the lower maintenance and longer life that is typically associated with hybrid vehicles and a higher resale value. So I'm just wondering if that ends up, I don't know if the city doesn't own them long enough to really reap all of those benefits, but it seems to me that the $4,500 average that you mentioned might be mitigated by a lot of those other savings.
Yeah, and Councillor, that is correct. We are just simply looking at the vehicle replacement fund. Those savings that you're describing would show up in our operations funds and across all departments, right? So both general fund as well as enterprise funds. So we're not factoring that in the actual purchase of vehicles. That hits the operations of each department.
Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question, but I'm processing the answer from that last one, and I can see how it would affect the maintenance costs of the vehicles. I also wonder, though, if it would either, and I think this gets to part of Councillor Handley's question, it may also either extend the service life of these vehicles or provide a higher resale value. And so, you know, we won't see it up front, but we may see it on the back end of the vehicle replacement.
That is correct. At times they do have higher resale values. The cost trade-off on the maintenance is negligible. And I know that probably doesn't sound right, but by doing some research, and again, there are many, many different kinds of hybrids in the market today. And most of my research was done on the vehicles that we are purchasing the most of, which at the point in time is Ford Explorers. Regardless of if it's a hybrid or a non-hybrid, the maintenance schedule actually stays the same. It's still oil changes at this regular interval, which, to be honest with you, I was surprised because I thought it would be less, but it does not change. So they would still be getting oil changes at the same interval, same costs. The only savings, well, I shouldn't say the only savings. One of the only savings would be in brake pads, actually, because they have regenerative braking, which means they're not going to be having their foot on the brake as much. But as far as maintenance costs, according to the studies that I've looked at, and I've looked at quite a few online, there's not a tremendous amount. When it comes to the fuel, again, this is a very average number only because there's so many different variables, including gas prices, et cetera, but average gas price of about $3 a gallon, it takes you approximately 5.5 years to make up the cost difference of purchasing a hybrid. And for our police vehicles, we are not holding on to them much longer. Right now, average lifespan about 7 years. So yes, they do counterbalance the extra cost, but not by as much as you would probably think.
Okay, thank you. So the question I wanted to ask is, and I'm trying to understand and get a clearer picture of how our vehicles are paid for and kind of budgeted. Do we pay for our vehicles through departments? So say community and neighborhood services has a couple of vehicles that they use, and they drive do we budget through the departments, or do we budget separately for the purchase of these vehicles? And help me understand the bank and how that gets paid back. And for example, we've got an FY21 funding level. That sounds like it's money out of the general fund in order to purchase these vehicles, but are those kind of billed towards the different departments, or help me understand that?
Okay, yeah, so that funding level of 2.7, that is the current year budget for general services. I think is the section they use to, finance uses to fund all the loan payments for the general fund. So those aren't charged to the individual departments' budgets. It's one of the main purposes, I think, of the Fleet Advisory Committee, is to get those groups together whose funding is all lumped together for those loan repayments. And then the loan repayment goes is transferred to the fleet replacement fund, which is where we buy the vehicles. So we buy the vehicles with each department in its own account, but the loans are paid back from the general fund as a whole, not by individual departments.
Okay, and so this $89,000 supplemental request to go into the ongoing money, is that going to be assigned to different departments, or is this just like acknowledging that the amount that we're charging to the different departments is insufficient to cover the loan payments for all the vehicles? Therefore, kind of the city at large is going to supplement the charges that we have out to the different departments.
So the general fund amount would go up, and it's based on specific vehicles for specific departments, but the increased budget would be in the general fund, general services budget, not in any of the individual departments.
And let me just mention again, operations of these vehicles are included in each individual department's operating budgets. Purchasing of the vehicles is handled through this vehicle replacement fund. So in a way, the general fund operations, purchasing a vehicle, that's not coming from individual departments. Now the operations, the O&M, the fuel, all of that is,
Okay.
but the Fleet Advisory Committee allocates this 2.7 million every year across the general fund divisions that are needing vehicle replacement. Now the utilities, that's kind of a separate deal altogether. They're handling all of that out of their department budgets. As well, I mean, O&M as well as purchasing all comes out of the enterprise funds budgets. So does that make sense? We're separating in the general fund, we're separating vehicle replacement purchasing, which is done through typically a 5-year loan on each vehicle replaced, and that's just a rotating fund. The operations of that is actually in a completely different bucket of money in the operating funds.
Okay. We probably shouldn't spend any more time on this. I'm sorry, I'm a little slow on the uptake. So perhaps I can schedule a time with someone to sit down and look at actual numbers and actual scenarios to help me understand this, because I'm still a little lost. I apologize.
Councilor Shipley.
I was just going to briefly, as a follow-up to Mr. Harding's comment, just state that we're costing the fleet department more by going to hybrid vehicles, and we're passing savings to individual departments. Maybe that's a clarification that needs to be out there. So the operation of those hybrids is less in fuel costs, and that cost is being passed, that lower cost is being passed to individual departments. But to our fleet department, it's a more expensive proposition to have these, to add additional hybrids because of the upfront cost.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. So unless you had anything else to present, well, thank you very much. All right, let's move on to item number 3. which is a resolution supporting the submittal of the 2021 Land and Water Conservation Grant application to secure grant funding to aid providing park improvements for the Provo Regional Sports Park. And this item was to be presented by Doug Robbins.
Thank you, Chair Sewell and City Council members and Mayor Kafusi. This is an important strategy in the funding plan for the Provo Regional Sports Park. The plan included this strategy of a contribution from the Land and Water Conservation Fund. And Parks and Recreation is currently drafting a grant proposal. And part of this application requires a statement of commitment. And this is mostly procedural, but it must be done through resolution and then attached to the application. I could give you, just for a couple of moments, some background on Land and Water Conservation Fund. These are federal grant funds that are generated, the revenue, through federal land resource and land leases throughout the country. These grants are appropriated through the U.S. Park Service, and locally they're administered through the Utah State Parks Division of Natural Resources. We've had several opportunities to achieve success building parks with LWCF funds, including Exchange Park, Riverside Park, and the Provo River Trail, connecting both of those parks, Fort Utah Park, Provost Park, Sertoma Park, and South Fork Park here in Provo. This grant opportunity requires a 50-50 match. We'll be asking for the maximum amount of $3 million, and then the city's match would come through the Parks and Recreation Capital Improvement Plan. It's a reimbursement grant, so the city would expend the funds and then apply for reimbursement through our state coordinator. So the intent is to utilize this grant opportunity to develop the recreational facilities on the land that we went through the conversion process from Tinquanas Park to the Regional Sports Park property. And so in order to be considered for this grant award, we have to have our application together with this resolution submitted by May 1st. So Parks and Recreation staff request your support of this important grant opportunity and recommend that this item be approved by the Municipal Council through resolution today so that we can move forward and get this application submitted by the 1st. Are there any questions with regard to this?
And I'll just note that this item is on our agenda tonight to pass that resolution. So seeing no questions from councilors, well, thank you very much, Doug.
Thank you.
See you tonight. Let's move on to item number 4, which is a presentation by Dr. Jacob Rugh from BYU regarding diversity and inclusion. And we have 70 minutes budgeted for this presentation and discussion. Dr. Rugh.
Thank you so much, Councilor Sewell. I'm really grateful and honored to be here with the City Council and other officials. I in particular appreciated the remarks of Mr. Parker earlier, very informative. I want to come back to one thing that he said later at the end of my presentation. Thank you in particular to Councilor Hanley for extending the invitation to me to present today, and the wonderful conversations I've had with him and Councilor Ellsworth. I'm grateful to be here, and I'm going to make sure this works out. I can see the scrolling is working okay, so I will go ahead and get started. I'm happy to skip a few things if needed. I plan on taking approximately 40 minutes, so we can have 25 minutes for question and answer. And as it is on Zoom, when I look over there, I'm looking at myself. When I look up there, I'm looking straight at you. When I'm looking here, I'm looking at the slide. So we all know how this goes. All right, I want to start with these pictures here and ask you the question here. What are the U.S. military, multiracial church congregations, interracial couples, multiracial families, and many sports teams, what do they all have in common? Well, there's a couple of things. First and foremost, diversity and inclusion is not their primary goal. Their goal is troop readiness, unit cohesion, inviting others to come under Christ in terms of Christian congregations, maintaining their marriage and flourishing, raising children in terms of families, and of course, winning the game and the championship for teams. Nevertheless, although all of these institutions have different kind of goals and aims, they're all goal-oriented. Racial, ethnic, and other forms of diversity are absolutely essential to their success. And it requires a balance of obligations, as I will put it, according to a perspective that I will discuss in a moment, obligations from both majority group as well as minority group members. And it will lead to many beneficial outcomes. We know that the United States military since 1973 became incredibly serious about racial integration, promotion, and representation, so that base life from worship to housing to who your commanding officer is incredibly integrated in the U.S. military, which is the largest employer in the United States. I'm going to share some other experiences today to build off of this, but I want to give you a little bit of an outline of where we're headed. So I want to talk about this idea of a mutual obligations approach that requires balance, thoughtfulness, and awareness that we have other primary aims or goals. I want to talk about building on common core values through the experiences of different Provo City residents. And then, of course, I want to share data as a social scientist and sociologist. I will, of course, share some data from Census, Zillow, and other data sources over the last 50 years to kind of gauge what has changed and what has not changed. I will intersperse a couple more experiences from select Provo residents that I've known. I will take a very brief look at Utah and Provo the next 50 years, just to help us think about a discussion based on evidence from the Harvard Business Review and other sources on what diversity initiatives work that have evidence, which ones don't, and connecting back to some of the things that Mr. Parker said in his earlier presentation. And of course, I will share a little bit about myself along the way here near the beginning. So this mutual obligations approach to race relations is part of a curriculum that I teach here at Brigham Young University, where I've taught over 2,500 students, has exceeded my expectations. We study at least 7 different ways to study social and race relations. This is one of the one that is the most popular and most successful. As I mentioned earlier, these different institutions and societies, such as families, church congregations, teams, and the armed forces, have all employed this approach. And it requires that we have egalitarian relationships, as I've noticed that you conduct yourselves with respect here on the council. We need to have prolonged contact. And so that's something that my presentation falls short of today, because this is merely the first conversation, and I hope to have many more as I work here at BYU for another 30 years, hopefully. It has to be goal-oriented. We've covered this. Diversity inclusion is not the goal. Race relations, any other term of art is not the primary emphasis. There has to be shared core values, and that's something that I want us to invite all of us, both as United States citizens, but in particular as officials who represent Provo and people who work here, play here, earn a living here, and raise families here. What are our shared core values? And that's something I hope to that comes through with the experiences that I share. So there needs to be a balance of obligations from different groups, regardless of your point of view. If you think one group is more to blame than another, much like a kind of marriage counseling framework, there needs to be a common core values, true freedom around that common core. I'll share a little bit about what former President George Bush had to say about that. And there needs to be genuine respect for all. So those are the 3 elements that are critical to a mutual obligations approach. So let me show you a couple of examples to help understand this a little bit better. So one example of this approach is the partnership between the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which I will sometimes call Church of Jesus Christ of the LDS Church, and the NAACP. And I have been hosted by the NAACP as a housing expert in North Carolina, and they've been very wonderful to me personally in my life. They discussed right here at the beginning from President Nelson and Derek Johnson and other leaders Our common bond as followers of Jesus Christ and religious leaders give us a foundation to build on. They talk about how they are Baptists and Latter-day Saints, they are white and they are black, they have other differences, but they have a common bond that brings them together. So I want to invite us to think about the common core values that we can build off of in Provo, and I will come back to more of these residents. I want to start by just sharing the experience of one of these residents. My dear friend Anthony Bates, who works here at BYU, who's been here at BYU for nearly 15 years. He is getting close to obtaining his PhD in education leadership. He has worked on the staff here professionally at BYU for over 15 years. He has headed up the Civil Rights Seminar and trips to Alabama and Georgia for over 10 years now. Really remarkable man. He's originally from Idaho. He's a multiracial African-American resident of Provo, and he lives in the lower tree streets, and he has 7 children. So he's a father of 7 children, and he and his wife have a child that has severe disabilities, very severe, that impair his functioning, do not allow him to be mainstreamed at school, severe dietary restrictions, very complicated, very difficult situation. And they are a wonderful example of family and commitment to the values of Provo and, of course, to BYU. So I'll come back to some more of these later on, so we intersperse things to keep a rhythm going to this presentation. Common core values. This is my 4x400 relay team, and my daughter just ran as part of her middle school team at Timpview Track on a winning team on Saturday, so this is a fun connection. We were a wonderful team. We were the captains of the football, cross country, myself, swimming, and basketball team in the other part of the year, and then in the spring we all ran track together. All of these friends have gone on to college and graduate school. And when I wrote my essay for BYU way back in the mid 1990s, I wrote about how I worked together as a team and how as teammates we did not say, oh, you did this different sport, how come you didn't train for track? We accepted one another. Of course, racially, I was in a majority African-American environment, and I was always accepted for who I was, and nobody asked me to change or made me feel bad for who I was. And I am wearing my BYU hat there, getting excited to apply to BYU a year or so later. And so teamwork, winning competition was important. My good friend Jules on the left was the football captain, and the first time we won the relay, he threw the baton in the air, much like people spike the football in the end zone, and we were disqualified. So once he learned that you don't throw the baton after the race, we were no longer disqualified and won the other relays. But we were a wonderful team together, and we stay in touch. And Jules is living down in Phoenix, Arizona, and his wife is from the Philippines. Okay, so let me show you next thing. So very briefly, I am the 6th of 7 generations to either be born or raised in Provo. I was born here and moved away at 8 months old. More on that in a moment. Little Tommy there next to the bike is the 5th and final child that I took to preschool on my bike every day. So this has been kind of a bittersweet week that all our kids are done with preschool, 2 in Princeton, New Jersey, and 3 here in Provo. And he was born here in Provo, and all the other children are being raised here in Provo. My wife and I, we met in New York City, where my wife worked in adoption and foster care for 6 years as a social worker. And there she is with Coach Kalani Sataki at a fundraiser for the Center for Women and Children in Crisis, now known as the Refuge, where she's been on the board for 7 years. So we've been really happy to contribute to this community. I've done trainings for the police and many different divisions here at BYU and at UVU and elsewhere in Salt Lake City and so forth. And we hope to be here, like I said, at least another 30 years, and then hopefully we can move downtown where we can just walk around and not have to worry about driving a car or yard work. So we're excited about that. All right. So let me tell you a little bit about my background so you can understand where I'm coming from. So my great grandmother attended the Salt Lake Temple dedication. She told me all about it and what life was like before, automobiles and airplanes and so forth. I wrote in 7th grade in Illinois my paper that went downstate about my ancestors. William Critchlow was severely injured and paralyzed from the waist down, and his son, Benjamin Critchlow, brought him to Cache County, where my maternal grandmother is from. And on my paternal, let's see here, my maternal grandmother, and then my maternal grandfather, his family, the Sessions and Davies, are part of these 7 generations here in Provo City. And Sterling Sessions, my grandfather, taught at BYU and Weber State, and his grandfather had a furniture store right where they're building those new condos across from Smith's. And there's still many old homes that we visit with the children to keep them connected to their heritage. Now, there's also another part of my identity that is equally important. I was raised on the south side of Chicago, and this is my primary president, Hattie Soil. Her mother was a sharecropper, and the day that Hattie was born, she was forced to go back out in the fields and pull Hattie in a sack to finish the harvest. Her grandmother was born into slavery, told Hattie all what it was like carrying her freedom papers afterwards and how slavery in many ways never ended. Hattie met Dr. King when she was protesting rotten meat sold in Memphis. And her late husband, Victor, was my dad's bishopric counselor, wonderful man, a bailiff in the court, and he's a direct descendant of Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings. So he has a very American story and a very unique name that they changed from Jefferson to Soil. And Soil, as you may guess, is a very rare name in the United States. Sadly, both Victor and my dad died prematurely. My father died of cancer about 5 years ago. And so may they both rest in power. So just so you know, there's the Ensign article that backs up this story, just so you know, in terms of the evidence. But I was raised on the south side of Chicago, around the University of Chicago in 2 different neighborhoods, one majority Black and one very integrated. And our ward in the 80s and 90s became the most racially integrated congregation in the most racially integrated neighborhood in one of the most racially segregated cities in America. And one of the things that was very important for my father and the other members of the ward council, such as Kathy Stokes, they're a very famous Black LDS pioneer, was that they made sure that every organization had a Black president, or if not, had a Black presidency member, so that children saw Black people in positions of authority. And we all know the research on how important that is for children who are minorities or children of color. But I'm here to tell you it was really important for me as a white child, seeing those people in positions of authority. And when I went back today, it is now several congregations. There are many people joining now from West Africa, like in Philadelphia, the fastest growing county for LDS membership in the United States. And it is thriving. And NBA star Jabari Parker is from the same congregation. One last note is that our chapel was dedicated in 1991 by Elder Dallin H. Oaks, which is unusual to have an apostle come dedicate a chapel. He attended University of Chicago Law School, and he was a very good friend of my father's, and sent my mom a very nice note after my father died 5 years ago. All right, so getting to know me and my family, I'm not going to read all these. I just want to make a list side by side of how I was raised and how my kids were raised. And when I said, this is going to be a fun idea, I said, it's going to be so different. And then I made the list and I was like, you know what? It's not as different as it could be. My kids, they do some different sports. They taught me how to ski, me a Flatlander. And so if anything seems new in my presentation today, just think of me skiing down the mountain and falling 50 times my first day. We have a very international LDS ward, thanks to a population of BYU graduate students with 3 nurseries, 1 in Portuguese. My kids also go to public schools, a diverse peer group. They love taking the UVX bus and family bike rides in the trails. And one thing that's very different is they get to live very close to their grandparents and be connected. So that's a beautiful blessing for the children. And my oldest daughter is a Provo City employee at the Provo City Library at Academy Square, and she's on the Provo Youth Council, which I will mention a little bit later on. Okay, enough about me. Final example of the mutual obligations approach is the BYU Committee on Race, Equity, and Belonging, which had a very historic report issued on February 25th, 2021, that is signed by the academic vice president, who is the chair of the committee, and has a very wonderful group of members, including my colleague there in the top middle with a very close haircut, Dr. Ryan Gabriel, who we teach the courses on race and ethnicity, and are recruited to BYU. Their core values are the commitment to the mission of BYU, to treating others fairly, to listening, healing, and a sense of belonging. and their recommendations are nothing less than historic, and they're fruitful, and this will be a permanent committee with, of course, rotating membership so they can take a break, and something that President Worthen said himself will define his legacy and will be a permanent feature of BYU into the future. So I'm very excited for the work that I've done with them and supplying data and support and working with them in the future. But of course, as you can just see from their pictures, there are people in many different disciplines, different backgrounds, nationalities, Canadians, Americans, Samoans, and many others, Native Americans, Latino Americans, Black Americans, white Americans. And so they have other differences, but they have a common core that allows freedom around that core. Okay, so a few dimensions of diversity I'll highlight in these resident experiences. I just want to say these briefly: religious affiliation, disability, gender, race, ethnicity, marital status, education, occupation, and age generation. And no doubt there are many more sides to that die that we could add. The first one I want to talk about are my neighbors down the street, Bob and Gail. And they have, this is not their porch, but this is just, stock photo. They have many different hanging Christian crosses outside their front porch to signify to others their commitment to Christian faith. And they give the children, instead of candy, a little cross every Halloween. They've been absolutely wonderful neighbors. When tragedy struck their neighbor next door, a young man who is now a father of 4, and in our ward bishopric, when tragedy struck, he was burned down more than 50% of his body, severe burns. They assisted him, called emergency medical services and the fire department, and they came right away, and they helped save his life. And not only that, Bob and Gail were there to help the family, to help this man's wife with the children as she went to the burn unit in Salt Lake almost every day, at least every week for over a year. He is now gainfully employed. He is able to make that bridge thanks to disability insurance and other innovations. He is working and contributing again. And Bob is a retired working class man, wonderful member of the community who's been here since at least the 1980s, at least that long. And he and Gail are really excited to have us as neighbors. And so their service and sacrifice, that not just in a moment of their quick thinking, but also over the months and years, has been wonderful support, including to young couples around the corner, 3 of whom in 3 houses in a row, yes, 3 houses in a row, had parents that died of COVID-19 or complications from COVID-19 all last year. So they've been wonderful neighbors. And we know that if you look in Google Maps, which I didn't have time to do all this to show you, but I'm happy to do this analysis in the future. If you look at the location of other Christian congregations and other faiths, they are almost all centered in Central Provo in Utah County. So there are no doubt many other members of our community that do not share LDS faith that I have. I want to talk a little bit about this true freedom outside of it. What does an American mean according to former President Bush? And I understand he's in the news today, but I just found that out after I finished these slides, but this is from 2017. American involves high ideals, civic responsibility. It means people of any race, religion, and ethnicity can be fully and equally American. And it means that bigotry or white supremacy in any form is blasphemy against the American creed. And thanks to Representative Hollins and others who supported her, which I know was many, many people in Utah, 83% of voters voted to remove language that technically permits involuntary servitude as a capital punishment, criminal punishment, excuse me. And so that was a significant symbolic and real victory in Utah, and it had very strong support here in Provo across the entire city. So I know that we share those values. This comes from Dallin H. Oaks, who I mentioned earlier, who is a former Utah Supreme Court justice, not just a church leader. He said that we exercise our influence civilly and peacefully within the framework of our constitutions and applicable laws. On contested issues, we should seek to moderate and unify, which of course can be difficult. And he talked about difficulty in his address, and I highly recommend this to any who have not yet seen it. And I'll have one other quote a little bit later on. So let's talk a little bit about data and Provo City with intersperse of some experiences. We know there's been stability, that Provo has been and will continue to be a college town. When you look at the population 18 to 34 years old, it has always been right around 52 to 57%. It's right there in that range right now. One thing that has changed, just like the United States, this almost tracks the United States very closely, is that married with children households have declined from 40%, they never were a majority in 1970, to 24% today. That's very close to the US average, which is in the low 20s percentages. So the composition of these households has shifted over time. And that's something that has implications I'll come back to a little bit later. This is a map that just shows age 18 to 24. I just talked about 18 to 34 a moment ago. You can see that in Utah County, BYU campus and the 1 mile buffer zone around it, where it's walkable to campus, there is, of course, the center of young college age settlement. Almost all of these at BYU or UVU, as well as people who have graduated in older ages as well. So that's important to kind of see that on a map, right? We also know that when you look at census block groups, south of campus in the Joaquin neighborhood has some of the most densely populated census block groups in the state of Utah. When I looked 10 years ago, it was more dense than Salt Lake, but I think Salt Lake has built some housing that has surpassed these block groups. But population density is high. Youth settlement is also high. They're overlapped in the crosshatch. Just more kind of background to inform some of our discussion of some of these trends in a moment. There's also been another change here along the Wasatch Front, and particularly in Provo, that we have a very highly educated population. This is about 14, maybe 13 percentage points higher than the United States, 45% with a college degree. That does not appear to be driven by, say, people with a postgraduate degree or credentials to teach at UVU and BYU. So this connects very much to earlier presentations made by Mr. Parker and others, that this is a booming tech-based economy with other related industries, and that the highly educated population continues to increase in Provo, and is not in fact an artifact of, say, increased teachers or professors, for example. One thing that's very important socially, that we'll never have enough time to discuss this and give it the full merit it deserves, is this tremendous convergence in college attainment by gender. We can see that in 1970, only 18% of women had a college degree versus 33% of men. Today, it's almost the same, 42% to 45%. And this leads to many other changes in society, greater representation by women in the workforce and in community organizations such as the church, schools, and elsewhere. And it leads to more equal partnerships in marriage. We know that things like the divorce rate have been flat or declining since the 1980s, thanks to trends like these. And so it strengthens families and strengthens the core values. And anybody who knows the cross-national literature knows that one of the best predictors of a country's economic growth and prosperity is the education level of its girls and women in that society. So that's been a really interesting convergence. And I want to talk about one couple in particular that demonstrates the value of education, as well as some other themes that are very important for our discussion today. This is Desiree and McKay Mitchell, who both took my class together as a real power couple. He served his mission in Mexico, and Desiree is originally from Utah. She's a biracial African-American woman. She was the only Black woman on the cheer squad at BYU, and that was not a stereotype that defined her. She was a cybersecurity expert and knew several Eastern European languages, political science graduate, which is a very powerhouse discipline here at BYU. And she is now at the University of Chicago, and to the best of my knowledge, which could be imperfect or incomplete, she is the first Black Latter-day Saint woman to be at the University of Chicago Law School. And of course, growing up, it was almost all white men who attended that law school, including in the past, Elder Oaks. So she has that in common, with President Oaks. Proud graduate of BYU, somebody who has a publication record, is just a wonderful scholar and writer. And yet at the same time, her first year at BYU, she unfortunately had many questions that depicted her as a forever foreigner to the United States and Utah, and other students who unfortunately repeated the falsehood that somehow she got into BYU just because she was Black. And I think her writing ability and tremendous success proved them otherwise. So they're a wonderful couple, both in law school now in Chicago. And they were wonderful Provo residents who always sought to make a difference when they were here. So let's talk a little bit about race, ethnicity. And because we don't have enough time, I'm going to focus in a moment specifically on the Latino population. the largest racial ethnic minority in the United States and in Provo. So you can see here that the population that is minority, people of color, or non-white, whatever term you prefer, has increased from 3% to 26% these last 50 years. We know that this will continue to increase into the future. We'll see some data later on school enrollment and so forth, but this is certainly something that has been uneven, with more settlement on the west and particularly the south sides, particularly by Latinos, with some other clusters of Asian American settlements, such as in my state that has a Korean unit, and other places. I want to talk about this connection to the Latino experience through my white colleague, Bryant Jensen. He's an LDS bishop in the central Provo area. He's fully bilingual, wonderful professor, first generation college graduate from Arizona State University. Never lived in Utah, had no connection to BYU or Provo. He sought out, in particular, intentionally, a majority Latino school for his children. Bryant is recognized as one of the national experts in culturally competent teaching for Latino children. And he has been a co-instructor with my colleague, DJ Gonzalez, of the BYU Latino Civil Rights Seminar. He's a father and a husband. He's a voice of moderation, somebody who's called for more meekness and charity in his op-eds and other writings. And he's also the world's expert on American Mexicans. There are almost 700,000 children in Mexico who were born in the United States, speak very little Spanish, have no living memory at all of where they are in Mexico, are bullied in school, and are forgotten, even though they're from this country. And he's a wonderful expert on that topic as well. And one thing that he told me is that when he was set apart as bishop, his stake president told him to shake off tradition. And so he tries to do that as a bishop, and his stake president is a Latino man. Here in Provo City, 17% of the population is Latino or Hispanic, compared to 18% in the United States, 68% Mexican versus 61% in the US, 16% from South America, many of them connected to undergraduate or graduate studies versus only 6% in the United States. So a little bit of difference as well as similarity here in the ethnic profile of the Latino or Hispanic population. One thing that surprised me, and I try to know these data pretty well, is that this number of 83% of Latinos in Provo are United States citizens. That number is even higher than I expected. I thought it was going to be closer to 70, somewhere in the 60s or 70. So we know that in terms of common core values, that for Latino residents in Provo, becoming a citizen either by birth or naturalization, contributing to this country, doing well in school, achieving their best, starting businesses, that is clearly a common core value, and that is evident in these data, that they are not outsiders, that they are multi-generational. You can see a dramatic change in the last decade, right, where you clearly see that the growth of the Latino population in Provo is without a doubt because of natural increase, right? More children being born than people dying is not due to immigration anymore. And that's also true in the United States. And so that brings me to the stories of a couple of students and a fellow ward member that I've had. I want to talk briefly about Kareem and Diana. Kareem, and just in case anybody needs to see some of that data right there, I'll show it one more time, and I did email these slides so you have them. Kareem lives in my neighborhood, and in the LDS church, we often take the sacrament, of course, before the pandemic, to older people that are homebound, who are not able to attend church in person. And we had wonderful Sundays doing that together and getting to know one another. Kareem was a championship football player on Timpview High School's football team. They won the championships, but he was really a gentle teddy bear of a man who was at heart just a bookworm. He told me, he said, "I'm just a bookworm." And his favorite book was the life and narrative of Frederick Douglass that he wrote by his own hand. And he said that he resonated so much with Frederick Douglass because Frederick Douglass was both black and white, and he had to come to terms with his multiracial identity. And Kareem is both Venezuelan as well as Iranian. His dad is from Iran. And he told me that in Timpview, he had received notes in his locker that told him to go back to his country, you terrorists, when of course he's never been to Iran. He was born and raised here in Provo. But notwithstanding those things, he always stood up for others. If anybody was being bullied, he used his size to step up for them. It's a wonderful man who served his mission in Mexico and is navigating that tension between not always feeling Mexican and certainly not feeling Iranian, but definitely American. Diana is a student, more briefly, who attended Provo High School and other schools that are much more predominantly Latino before that. She grew up here in Provo. She is Mexican American, and she told me an experience that her father would always take her shopping with him. And finally she said, "Dad, how come you always take me with you and not my brother?" And his dad explained that his brother is much darker skinned and that many people would not answer their questions in the stores or help them. And so he always brought her because she was lighter skinned, underscoring that for many families, there's a degree of variation even within the family. And I just want to emphasize her story because 1 out of 5 Latino students that I've taught, and I've taught over 150 at BYU, 1 out of 5 are from Utah. And we have many, many young Latinos who are born, raised in this town, and now attending college as we see this kind of life cycle advance and are members of this community. So sometimes we think there's a BYU community, there's a Latino community, but there's a bridge and there's an overlap, especially here in Diana's story. So let's talk a little bit about housing. Apologies to the housing experts on this call. I'm not going to go into as much depth as I would love to. I'd love to talk about this again in a future presentation. Housing is my area of expertise. I want to just point out that in the last 40 years in particular, last 30 years in particular, since 1990, this homeownership rate in Provo is steady. We've kind of reached a more of a steady state of a kind of 60-40 renter-owner city. That could change, of course, in the future, but the data show that looking backwards has been very steady. As you all know, this is very geographically patterned based on students, but not entirely on students. There are, of course, tremendous pressures today on young people in the millennial generation in terms of college debt, the price of housing that make it difficult for them to become homeowners, whether they're single or married, and the burden of graduate school debt and so forth. So there are different reasons for this pattern. I looked up Zillow data as of today, is the latest day I could get. As of February, the home value index for Provo is 362,561. And the most important thing, although there are always differences in proprietary methodologies with Redfin and other sources, when you look at percentage change in the same index, apples to apples comparison, see Provo, Utah County, Salt Lake County, all experiencing tremendous doubling of home prices in less than 1 decade, right? In 9 years since the housing market turned around in 2012, compared to 68% in the USA. So there are tremendous pressures here, obviously, on affordability with housing here in Provo. And I was very slightly surprised to see that it's almost identical to Utah County as a whole. And of course, Provo is of course, about 1/6 of Utah County population. One thing that was forwarded to me in a report by the city council members that was very helpful is that you can see since the recovery has begun in 2012 in the housing market, the new boom, whereas in the 2000s the boom was single family, the new boom today is in multifamily. There, of course, you can look in any direction and see single family being built everywhere, but those are being built at a very high rate because of those structural changes in the economy, as well as preferences, family sizes, many other factors factor into this. Location, increased transit access. Multifamily units have been on the rise here in Utah, and I was proud to work with my neighborhood chair, Paul Evans, on feedback for the tower being built right across from the stadium where the credit union used to be, in order to alleviate some pressure on prices down market with more apartment housing. And BYU has already started to admit more students and will be admitting 3,000 more students, growing their student body by 3,000 here in the next couple of years, putting more pressure on the need for multifamily housing. Back to the Common Core and a kind of blend with this report, there are many rental units that are part of accessory dwelling units and others here in Provo. When you look at this interior lower level example, we rented our basement for 7 years. We live in that zone where it is permitted, in the all red subdivisions where we live. And we had a wonderful tenant, just what a godsend. A woman named Vivian. Her husband had died from cancer. She was a widow, and she wanted to be independent. She wanted to live in Provo. She wanted to hang out with her friends, work at the temple, be a temple worker. She didn't want to live way out in the boondocks where she had some extended family. And she's somebody who's independent and still living nearby with a wonderful setup. And so I think one thing that's so beneficial about accessory dwelling units and other options such as this to our affordable housing questions are that poverty or lower income is never stigmatized. People blend in with a middle-class looking neighborhood, and they're able to access the same schools and opportunities. And I am someone who grew up in Section 8 new built housing, moderate income housing in New Jersey, and was on the wait list for a housing choice voucher for 5 years in New Jersey as well. So I'm somebody who's proof that investment in affordable housing pays off, and that we can be imaginative with how we do it. And I know that many experts on this call who have more expertise than me are aware of the nuances of expanding ADUs without maybe doing citywide, and I look forward to any insights on that later on. So this is from the call from the North Provo folks in my side of the city that I believe her name was Becky Zimmerman, if I'm not mistaken, that she hosted. And this goes right back to the mutual obligations approach here as we conclude my presentation. You can see here that diversity, inclusivity, when people had 3 choices, is not being ranked as the core aim or goal. But that doesn't mean that people don't care about diversity and inclusion. They know that diversity and inclusion is essential to reaching these other goals. But I just wanted to show that in the data, people have other goals. And this was obviously a little bit more of a outdoors active transit crowd that was in this sample here. Looking towards the future, Utah is growing more fast than the United States. You don't need me to come tell you that. You're more aware than I am. And as we look into, Utah County, it is projected, and of course these are just projections for the next 50 years, that it will be on par with the population in Salt Lake County. So there'll be housing built everywhere. Even if people aren't living within the city limits, they will, of course, come to see the fireworks and the football games, to work at the employers like Qualtrics and BYU and others. This is very exciting for the future. I tell people it's exciting for me to be in Utah at this time, in particular, since the 2002 Olympics, with the construction of tracks, I-15, now UVX, the front runner, to see Utah and Provo kind of blossom and make choices, right, as they grow up, literally as they grow upward in terms of density, as they make choices about what we're going to do in the future. And, related to race and ethnicity, we know that housing is the greatest source of wealth for Americans, and particularly for Americans who are not white Americans, that is the biggest source of their wealth. And so housing is central to a lot of these questions of equality and inclusion. And Provo downtown, along with, Bridalveil Falls and the Y, are some of my favorite spots to be, in the River Trail and so many others. So I can't make a short list there. Let me tell you a couple more examples here to round out as I conclude. Many of you know Jenna Requita, who ran for office representing students, not representing a party. Tanisha ran for city council, had only the fondest and most positive things to say about her opponent, who won, who's in attendance today. Tanisha's father is an immigrant, and her mother is of Norwegian descent as a white American. And Tanisha's father ran for city council in a small town in Washington where she grew up. So she, as becoming an American, saw kind of local representation in civic life as essential. And she's done so much on sidewalks, walkability, sexual assault, so many different issues here in Utah. She's just been a powerhouse, a wonderful honor student, and a great person that I had the privilege to mentor at BYU. Francesca Lopez, also from the Rio Grande Valley of Texas, wonderful leader, TA, research assistant, advocate for LGBTQ youth, many others, multiracial young woman who's just a wonderful, fabulous person. And what I see in all 3 of these examples is a tremendous commitment to civic life, to wanting to participate, whether that's through the electoral process, through boards, committees, nonprofits, and so forth. And I'm just tremendously impressed by how they've done so much more than I ever did at the same age. So we know, as we get to this last part here on representation and inclusion, based on, kind of Elder Oaks' comments, right, that it's wrong for citizens to have no voice in the selection of their rulers or the making of their laws. He using the word rulers in order to make it applicable to societies all over the globe, or representatives or officials. And we know that the process of representation is not just at the ballot box, right? There are many other ways that we have representation. And so I started with the school board, I didn't get a chance, count all the neighborhood chairs, do all the other things I could have counted, but I looked at some of these data, seeing the representation here with the city council, youth council, school board, school principals, and we can see in many areas that there is greater representation than, say, we have here at BYU, where the deans, we have 9 men and 7 women, and nearly every one of them is a white person. Populations in Provo City, you can see there in the lower part of the table that in many ways their officials represent those populations. In some ways they don't. And there are many other pathways to representation, to having a voice, such as the neighborhood program, the community relations, many other things here that are not listed. And this youth council figures are estimates based on the conversation I had with my daughter, who's on the youth council. Interestingly, she told me that while it's more racially representative, it's less socioeconomically status representative, with Timpview being overrepresented. And recall these other dimensions of diversity, right? That we can think of this broadly. We can think of all the strengths that this brings. And the research is very clear, right? That diversity is linked to innovation, economic growth, and vitality. Evidence from the Harvard Business Review, very briefly in 2 slides, written by 2 outstanding sociologists at Harvard. You can see here that the usual suspects of diversity programs that people have made fun of on TV shows like The Office and so forth, mandatory diversity training, job tests, grievance systems, those are not effective in terms of short or long-term increases in representation. But there are a lot of programs that get results. It depends only slightly, depends on the population, but a lot of these are broadly very, very successful. And one thing in terms of recruitment programs, such as what I've seen my father and others in the church and the workplace, BYU, what we've done in sociology with the most diverse major, a lot of people are very excited about volunteering to mentor, to train, to recruit, to diversify an applicant pool, right? My colleague, Dr. Jessica Priest, is a national expert, right, on helping women of all different political parties run for office, for example. Task forces such as the Committee on Race, Equity, and Belonging, when done right, can be very effective, right? And especially those who champion diversity and connect it, right, to our core values. And I think the core value connection is absolutely essential. So to conclude, I want to just refer back to what President Nelson and Derek Johnson and others said, that we need to review processes, laws, attitudes, right? And to be fair and equal and just. And we need to reach out to others out of goodwill. The way my wife has been a wonderful example of that, for example. It also has a spiritual dimension. And this is something that was the most difficult letter I've ever written in my life last summer, advocating on behalf of Black BYU students, alumni, faculty, and staff based on agency, sacrifice, and reconciliation. And so a religious and spiritual discussion are outside the realms, of this venue, but I would like to invite anybody who's interested in understanding that connection to 3 reforms that were in fact recommended to check that out on their own time. So I want to leave you with this last kind of thought that, part of the reason why diversity can be contested is that, like globalization or other terms, it can become meaningless if it's used to describe everything from people who like hot dogs versus hamburgers, or left-handed people versus right-handed. When we place diversity and meaning and say, let's connect it to community or excellence, like my high school in Chicago, inclusion, religious faith, like I've seen in my neighborhood, the constitutional republic, like Elder President Oaks did, reconciliation and healing, innovation. Absolutely, we know that innovation is a key product of diversity, or the American dream, right? That we allow diverse populations to study hard in school, right? To become successful and to achieve the American dream, as we've seen in many of the examples today. I'd like to invite each one of you to think about how you anchor diversity and core values, whether you have one in particular, and to think about that issue of values. Again, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict all the trends. In the future, I can analyze data. I can invite you to consider these things. And I want you to remember those other dimensions of diversity, right? Religious affiliation, marital status, many other dimensions. And think about how can we do better and how can we connect our efforts to our core values, like seen in the mayor's 4 Provo pillars that I got in my newsletter a few weeks ago. So let's build towards a common core values, towards a welcoming, inclusive Provo. We know that things like immigration make communities more safe with less crime. We know that diversity fuels innovation, that a highly educated workforce creates jobs, and that people reaching out across divides are absolutely powerful. And as somebody said in the chat there, looks like about a quarter of the neighborhood chairs are women, which is a great progress towards that representation. So I hope that these examples have helped you inform our discussion. No doubt you'll have some tough questions, maybe some easy ones too, and I look forward to our conversation. Thank you to the council.
Mr. Hanley.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rugh. That was really fabulous and very important, I think, for us to look at. And I love the mixture of data with personal anecdotes and stories, because I think those stories are really compelling, and they certainly ring true with my experience in Provo as well. I think Provo has often sort of an invisible diversity. There's sort of a perception of homogeneity that doesn't always reflect the lived experience that I've had in the community in my 23 years of living here. One thing that there's a lot of things that we could talk about, and I'm sure this is maybe, I hope, a beginning of that conversation. But one thing that I know is on a lot of our minds, and has been on my mind since I was elected, and really haven't figured out, is especially since you highlighted the Latino population in Provo, is how to engage that population more, how to help them feel like they can come to city council meetings, that they can engage their city councilors and their mayor and feel like this is their city, and that they have a voice. Because honestly, in the 3.5 years that I've been serving, there's nowhere near the 20, well, even just the non-white population, 25%, I think, that I've seen coming to meetings, for example. And so I assume there are things that we just haven't figured out, we haven't developed as strategies for outreach. And maybe that's a big, longer conversation, but I don't know if you have any preliminary thoughts about that. I would love to hear them.
Yeah, I have two quick thoughts. When Tanisha shared her experience of running for office, she said that when she canvassed those neighborhoods that are heavily Latino in Provo, that the first thing people just said was, I'm just impressed that you're here at my doorstep, that you care. They were incredibly touched just that she was running. She, of course, is a child of an immigrant, and that resonated with them. But I think we have to be really creative, right, with how we think about outreach. I think that some of these wonderful graduates of BYU who are Latino from Utah can be great ambassadors. UVU as well, right? I'm not trying to say it has to be specific to us at BYU. I think there are people who bridge these communities, like Bryant Jensen. I think there are definitely many people in the workplace now. One thing we know that nationally, I don't know the data here, but that college attainment among Latinos has doubled in less than a generation. So there are many Latinos that work, at Qualtrics and other firms. We ought to think about some of those nexus of business, civic life, communities. I don't know what, the state is of our, partnership with people in faith communities. But certainly where I grew up, my father was very involved with interfaith things that helped involve others. But you're absolutely right that this has to be something that is thought of. Like Mr. Parker's presentation brought up, there needs to be more boards, committees, assignments, and kind of an active idea of, these are voices that we're missing, right? That it's our loss, that they're thriving here in Provo, and we could all benefit from that. So I'd love to hear other comments on that question.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Rugh. Thank you for being here, by the way. This is not a reaction to anything that happened last summer. It's just a long time coming in Provo. My question is, the experiences that I've had, I can relate to, specifically as a woman in public spaces and feeling unsafe on trails or in parking garages. and thinking about how we could integrate those experiences to create safer spaces. But what else should we be thinking about in the built environment or in policy that's impacting people that aren't in the room?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, that's a great question. I think the first thing we need to do is find out from them, right? But like you say, these things in terms of gender and other statuses, I've had many Black students who've been called, the N-word in downtown Provo, people who work to make Provo better. That's not a safe environment for them, personally. I think that we absolutely have to say, all right, what are the data? Let's find out. Let's learn more, and let's create a better process, right? BYU many years ago had a very defunct process for reporting sexual assault and other issues. I think, like you say, we can design inclusion into everything we do. It doesn't have to be an add-on, doesn't have to be a token month or celebration or a day. It can be embedded in everything that we do in terms of planning the built environment. That's something that my wife has told our oldest daughters, right? That you're not to go running here alone, right, along the river in this portion, much of it, right? It's not well lit. It's not safe. That has nothing to do, that's not a criticism of Provo, right? There are places all over America that face that challenge. But I absolutely think that through these ways of listening, right? Kind of listening is the first step. Listen, understand the concern, have people represented, and make sure they have a say where they actually see something come of their input, right? Because the first thing people will do is burn out, right? Especially people that are civically engaged, that are in helping professions, that are superstars like Tanisha, right? There has to be a mechanism where we say, all right, this is what we did, kind of like Thomas Monson said, we measured it, we saw that goal, we saw improved, and I think that that's something that has to be done. In particular to your concern, I don't have a specific answer, but I definitely think there are best practices, just like we saw in that housing report, where we can learn from other jurisdictions and we can do a much better job, right? And like you said, just having that concern at the top of mind is step one. Thank you. I know everybody's been going for a while and probably is getting ready for their break soon, but I also have an email address, so anybody can email me, but I know.
Councilor Fillmore has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor.
Not really a question, just an expression of appreciation. Thank you, Dr. Rugh, for a very enlightening presentation. I suspect that several of us are going to want to visit with you again sometime. So thank you.
I would love that. I would love that. And I consult on many, housing cases, and my work's been used in the Supreme Court, but I just want to be really transparent that I'm not trying to present in any aspiration to be a consultant or a contractor or anything like that. I just want to be a volunteer, somebody that donates their time, now that I've got tenure at BYU, to help the community on a volunteer basis and to contribute to civic life, just like I've seen the example of my students. So thank you, Councilor Fillmore. I appreciate those kind words.
I'd just like to chime in as well, Dr. Rugh, that I found the presentation very enlightening and eye-opening, I guess you could say.
Thank you. My eyes were open too, on a few items in particular, so it's always good to keep learning. I'm grateful to be paid in my job to continue learning the rest of my life, so thank you so much.
Do we have any other questions or comments from councilors? Councilor Harding.
Thank you, Dr. Rugh. I appreciate the approach that you took in presenting this. I think with these discussions, I think this longer format is very helpful. I think so much in the national dialogue is so polarizing, so radical, and there's so many people talking and not enough people listening. But I appreciated your approach, and I have a long list of ideas, thoughts, questions that I wrote down during the presentation, and obviously we can't get into all of it. So I'm just kind of looking over what's a short, maybe easier one. Let me take this one and just kind of frame it in that I think, and I think this was helpful kind of at the start of your presentation as well, but in taking the approach where inclusion includes everyone, and taking a broad approach, and even in the language that we use, in talking about, wanting everyone to feel welcome, and wanting, our strong and improving economy to benefit everyone, and talk about it in the terms of everyone, because often some of these topics can almost feel exclusionary to some, particularly in the majority. Let me get your thoughts on. There's so many different ones I could bring up, but let me talk about this. I sometimes worry that we in the conversations that we're having in these discussions, we make a point, and we're almost teaching. We're helping people, we're advocating for things and trying to teach people how to think about things, and we do this with our children all the time. We try to help them to see the world in certain ways, and I think sometimes we are promoting the idea that you shouldn't feel represented if if the person doesn't look like you, or doesn't talk like you, and I think one of the aspects of democracy, and I should maybe of our republic, is that we are represented, and our representatives usually represent large groups of people, and those representatives can might do a good job representing the people, and might not, but Burgess Owens, I think, was recently elected in the nearby congressional district. Doesn't cover Provo, but and replaced Representative Ben McAdams, and a very, very close race. And I think before Ben McAdams was Mia Love, and I would guess that if you broke down the demographics by age, by race, by socioeconomic, I would guess that there are some people that might feel like they were better represented, or at least their ideas, and they were better represented by Ben McAdams than Burgess Owens. And so
yeah, I see what
I guess. Yeah. Just thoughts on, and even on this point, like, there's so many questions that could be asked, but, is there a danger in kind of, I think sometimes it's almost self-fulfilling prophecy is not the right way to say it, but I think sometimes we are almost, we can be divisive by almost suggesting that if someone doesn't look like you, or doesn't share all of these different statuses, well, then they can't represent them. And I think you even said that in some of these things, well, they're not represented. And I guess I'm questioning that. Can someone that doesn't check all of your same boxes, can that person represent you?
Yeah, absolutely they can. Political science, this is called the difference between descriptive, right, versus substantive representation. And I think it goes down to the layers of, okay, so you're absolutely right? Maybe you can't look like everybody, right? You've only got one way you look. You have multiple statuses, of course, right? We have things that we share in common that we emphasize. But another thing is, if, say, me as a white male, if I'm an advocate for my students, if I have contributed so much time to diversity and inclusion at BYU, that means that I've listened to the concerns, right, of the people in the minority, right? The women, the students of color, and so forth. So you're absolutely right. And there's a fiction out there, right, that somehow if you're in the majority, then you can't be an advocate for these. But of course you can, right? Because you have connections, you have social networks, you have education, you have capital, human capital, education capital. You can be a powerful force, right? And there's always been interracial, interethnic alliances, right? Cesar Chavez was with the Filipinos, right? With the grape workers in California. So many alliances. So it's absolutely essential that we aren't so rigid that we say, oh, right, because of course, where I'm from in Chicago, almost all the teachers and coaches were Black, right? So some of them could represent the community well, right, being Black, and others didn't represent the community well, right? And it wasn't because they were Black, right, why they did well or not. So it's interesting to think and put ourselves in the shoes of the people who've never seen themselves in the leaders, right? And think about how is it from their perspective. And the one thing that I've heard from students of color at BYU is that for them, it's absolutely essential that they see themselves in the leadership. And now what that means is subjective, right? I agree with you that an algorithm won't save us. You can't say once we hit X percentage of representation, we're there, right? Because these things, like Jesus said, require the weightier matters, right, of justice and mercy, right? So you can't design your way out of these issues, right, just with numbers. But certainly across the board, we know that research shows that it's important, right? That even if you have people who don't look like you, that they're listening to those voices. And I think that's why I mentioned earlier on that I had the school board and the youth council, all these other layers, right? And we have the community outreach program that Karen's over and others. I think there needs to be multiple layers of input and decision making, and that's what's essential. And I think that as we make progress in terms of process, that representation will follow. But I agree strongly that there's never a formula or a axiomatic way to say just because someone looks a certain way, they're going to represent a certain fashion. Because having lived in New York, Illinois, Utah, Guatemala, right, I've seen that you can have people be substantive representatives and powerful advocates. But they do need to listen to those constituents, right? That's absolutely essential. And I appreciate that you guys have listened to me in the way that you listen to others in the city. And I've seen that help lead to success. Yeah. So thanks so much. And that informs, the how I talk about things, the delivery. So that's very helpful. Thank you, Councilor Harding.
Councilors, we're getting close to the end of our time budgeted for this item. Are there any other councilors who have a question or a comment for Dr. Rugh? If not, I'll thank you again very much, Dr. Rugh, and I suspect we'll be seeing you again.
Hey, thank you so much. I look forward to it. Thanks for everything. Thanks for your leadership. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. We're actually just right on schedule now, and it's time for us to take a 10-minute break. So we will see you back here at 2:25. kind of lost track of the time there. I didn't see a bunch of people walking in and didn't realize the 10 minutes were already up. So let's dive back into this. We are now, let's see. Okay, I was looking at some other items and got lost my place here. We're on item number 5, which is a presentation from BikeWalk Provo on how people get around in Provo. And this item is to be presented by Austin Taylor and Chris Wiltsey from BikeWalk Provo.
Hi, Council. Thank you all so much for having us today. So I am Austin Taylor. I'm the Executive Director of BikeWalk Provo. BikeWalk Provo is a 501c3 nonprofit advocacy group in Provo. Our mission is to promote biking and walking and help make it safe in the city. Before Chris starts, I want to make a shout out to the engineering department. Lately, they have been on a roll. Last time Dave Decker was here talking with you guys a few months ago, he was talking about slowing cars on collector streets. He was showing examples of street trees and traffic circles, and we wholeheartedly support this. Recently, the engineering department has done reconstruction on 900 West, putting in new bike lanes, new sidewalks, and so they've been doing fantastic work, and thank you guys for supporting them in that. So Chris is here. He is, apart from volunteering for BikeWalk Provo, his day job is working for Bike Utah, and he has been awarded a $100,000 grant from Streetlight Data, using their data and Streetlight Data tracks people with their phones to see how people get around in Provo. He's found some really interesting things that he'll share with you all.
Cool. Thanks, Austin. Do I have control of the presentation?
Chris, your volume sounded a little bit low.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Okay, cool. All right. So like Austin was saying, BikeWalk Provo and Bike Utah received a grant early last year. It was worth about $100,000 to $200,000. It was a bunch of data tools that we received. And one of the main tools we received was Streetlight Data. And what Streetlight Data does is it takes people's cell phone data, pings from their cell phones, and then it uses machine learning to estimate what mode of travel they're using. So if their phone is moving very quickly, then we know that they're driving in a car, and there's a bunch of other variables that they're taking into consideration. So we had access to that for Provo, Springville, Vineyard, Orem. So before I jump into my presentation, I wanted to lay the groundwork for sort of understanding some of our recommendations and our perspective on this data. So for a long time, transportation planning policy assumed that transportation policies and investments then would dictate land development patterns, which would then dictate travel patterns. But research has shown that it's very much interconnected. And you as the city council and the engineering department have control over different aspects of these things. And there are other factors that come into play as well. So for example, BYU having a rule that people have to live within a certain distance of the university is going to dictate travel patterns and also potentially land development patterns, right? But we don't necessarily have control over that. So we just want to look at things that we can control. And why do we care about bicycling? Why do we care about walking or being a pedestrian? There's a lot of different benefits that come from using these alternative or different modes of travel from automobile travel. We have health. You look at the Dutch, right? They don't have much different in the way of diets. They eat kind of awful like Americans do, but they've built active transportation into their lifestyle. So they ride bikes everywhere, right? We worry about pollution in the valley. We worry about our economies, our local economies. There's a lot of research that shows if we want our local economies to work in the face of the internet and how that's sort of destroying local business, then we need to create experiences for people and give them a reason to get out. And then just generally from a social and safety perspective, lives can be saved by promoting active transportation. And one thing to consider as I go through this data is that the primary lens for understanding successful active transportation is, and active transportation planning is limiting the distance between origin and destination. And I want you to continue to sort of think about that phrase or that concept as I'm presenting, because that's the ultimate goal for making it successful. So again, it's just the idea of limiting the distance between origin and destination. And a lot of different things, if we think back to that initial chart, affect that. So by building parking lots, that can actually spread out the distance between origin and destination. By widening roads, that can spread out that distance. And conversely, you can shorten that distance by limiting the number of parking lots, by building houses closer. There's a lot of different strategies for applying that concept into your transportation system. So one of the things we found through the data was that about 37% of automobile trips actually were happening within Provo City. And so how we did that was we created basically this barrier in GIS around Provo, and any trips that didn't pass that barrier, we considered them being trips within Provo. And why that's significant, if you think back to what I was saying about origin and destination, for walking, you have what's called your pedestrian shed. That distance is about a half a mile, maybe a mile. For bicycling, you have what is called your bike shed. That distance is about 3 miles. That's that sweet spot. So if you go further than 3 miles, it becomes less practical, less likely that people are actually going to ride their bikes. You might have commuters who are going to travel further distances. Maybe your commute shed for bicyclists might be like 6 miles for somebody to reasonably ride their bike, right? So we have all these trips within Provo, 37%. And if our goal is to get some of those benefits that we talked about earlier, health, safety, dealing with pollution, then that 37%, we actually find the vast majority of those trips are actually under 3 miles. So a lot of those trips could be replaced by walking and biking. There's a significant portion that looks like it could be replaced by walking, half-a-mile trips. And then the rest of them look like very reasonably could be replaced by bicycle trips. And that's those trips within Provo. And if we start looking at the bicycling data that we have, this is Strava data. So if you're not familiar with Strava, Strava is a generally recreational app that cyclists and other athletes use to track their data. So it shows where they've gone, how far they've gone, how fast they've gone. And so if you think back to that price tag we gave at the beginning, $100,000, if we were going to get the same data package for Provo that I've been using, it's just not reasonable for most communities to have that. So a lot of planning actually depends on Strava data. And the problem with Strava data is that if you look at it, it looks like everybody is traveling very far distances at very high speeds, like relatively high speeds. But what we actually found in the streetlight data is much different. So just as a side note, Bike Utah is actually providing data for Springville and Vineyard for their upcoming active transportation plans, and to Alta planning. And the response we got from Alta, because we have access to this data, is that this is the best data they've ever used for active transportation planning in Utah. So like I said, this is problematic because it tells a certain story, and it tells a certain kind of active transportation story. But what we actually find is that automobiles and bicycling actually look very similar. They don't look like the Strava data. So we find that the origins and destinations are very similar. They're, as you would expect from cars on the left-hand side image, they're traveling much further because their sort of automobile shed is potentially infinite, right? Whereas like a bicycle shed is going to be within that 3 mile distance. So it's much more concentrated around the urban core of Provo. And we also find that time of day data is very similar between the two modes of travel as well. So people are actually using their bikes to go to work, to go to school. And we see that that's what's happening predominantly, is it's centered around the urban core of Provo and specifically BYU. And we see this same pattern across communities in Utah County. We see this in Springville, where if we go back, you can actually see that yes, people are riding on these recreational facilities like the Provo River Trail or up Provo Canyon. But like I said, it's predominantly happening within that 3 mile bike shed. Same with Springville. You can see that people are using these facilities that they've built. They have a multi-use facility that goes up the canyon, but it is centered around that urban core. Same with Orem City, where we see it's centered around what would be their urban core. And even though they're a very automobile or car friendly city, if you look at that very tall geometry, that's what it looks like. And so you might be thinking, why would people be riding here instead of the Murdoch Canal Trail? But it makes sense from the perspective or the paradigm of that 3 mile trip, or shortening those distances between origin and destination. Because if you look at this picture, there's a ton of places to eat. There's a ton of places to work. There's the mall right behind there. There's housing. There's the university down the street. So you have all of these destinations and origins in a very small area. And you see that same issue or that same trend happening throughout cities in Utah County. And Provo is a little bit different because we have such a large student population, but we also have a relatively dense urban core because, right, Orem also has UVU, but everybody is spread out so far and coming from different communities, whereas everybody is living fairly close to the university. So that promotes active transportation. And also there's this correlation between income and active transportation that is very kind of exacerbated, I guess, in Provo. And you would see the opposite trend if you expected people to be riding recreationally, right? Because generally when we think of recreational riders, we think of people with nice bikes. We might think of doctors or people like that. But what we're actually finding is it's lower income folks who are driving for utility. They're driving to get to school, to get to work. And if we look at walking data, Provo's really interesting because it's the only city I've looked at where the walking and biking data is in the same area of the city. Usually what we find in other cities, so for example, in Springville, they have their biking around their urban core, but everything is so spread out relative to Provo or compared to Provo that then you have walking and like concentrated in a weird little like strip mall randomly within the city. And same with Orem. You have the bicycling centered around their urban core, but it's so spread out compared to Provo that the majority of walking is actually happening between some apartments and UVU. But since we have a city that was built in a time when walking was the dominant form of transportation, we actually have origins and destinations that are very close together and are very walking and biking friendly. And then you start looking at the built environment, neighborhood connectivity. So that's like how many streets there are. You'll see in a more car-centric community, block lengths will be longer, roads will be wider, and all of these things affect connectivity. But what we find in Provo is that the connectivity is highest around where people are walking and biking, and which makes sense from like a planning theory perspective. And we find that, right, the more intersections you have per square mile, there is a correlation between connectivity and walking. We also found, we did this kind of interesting regression over the whole city and found that in basically everywhere in the city, connectivity, your built environment matters for whether people are walking. So, and these are things I was talking about earlier that we can control, right? So you can specify within your city code block lengths. You can specify, you can actually put in connectivity indexes like Mountain Land Association of Government and WFRC created a really good document all around connectivity and how do you promote connectivity in your communities. And then we have some recommended strategies that Austin Taylor is going to walk us through.
Okay. Chris, can you click still? Okay. So Chris has been talking about getting the origins and the destinations close. That's zoning. You guys have control over zoning. And so a lot of what we're going to recommend are zoning things. But the first one is a complete streets policy. This is something that the council was presented a few years ago, and BikeWalk Provo is working with the Public Works Department right now to come up with a complete streets policy that they would be in favor of. And we will bring this to you guys as a proposal once that's ready to go. Basically, it says whenever a street is rebuilt, we're going to look at all modes of transportation and accommodate them if it's feasible. Next one. So this is a zoning thing. There are two major ways to zone land. One is by use. You can say this piece of land can only be used for an office. This piece of land can only be used for a home. Or you can zone it by the form of the building. And what zoning by the form of the building allows you is that you can have different uses in that building. So you can say, on this parcel, we will allow a building that is 3 stories tall and 5 feet from the sidewalk. And you can do almost anything you want in that building. You can have a dentist office, you can live there. And so what that does is it disperses the offices, the restaurants, the retail throughout the city so that everyone can walk to their favorite store or can walk to work. So most of, actually, from what I've seen, all of Provo zoning right now is use-based. And over time, it would be great to shift to form-based so that people can walk to things. Next. Another proposal is to legalize accessory dwelling units citywide. What this would do is we have a great need for housing. In Provo, the median home sales price has risen 23% over the past year. Most of our incomes have not risen 23% over the past year. And so people are really strapped for housing and it's hard to afford it. So allowing ADUs would not only increase the supply of available housing. It would also make home ownership more affordable because the homeowners can rent out that apartment and supplement their mortgage with that income. It's also an affordable way for the city to add housing because you don't need to add new infrastructure with it. You're not building new roads. You're not having to repair roads faster. And lastly, it raises densities in a very incremental way that doesn't change the character of the neighborhood. So in places like West Provo, places like Northeast Provo that are largely single family, if you allow people to have a basement apartment or a backyard detached apartment, that doesn't change the visibility of the neighborhood. The houses are still staying the same. They're not getting closer together. Most of that is largely hidden. Next one. Another zoning thing is to expand transit-oriented development. You know, recently the UVX bus rapid transit line has gone in, and transit-oriented development zone hasn't been expanded along with that investment. So there are places like along 700 North in the Joaquin neighborhood where the UVX line comes every 5 to 10 minutes that are still zoned residential conservation and have lots of low density duplexes in them. So in areas like that along the BRT route, you could zone it a higher density transit-oriented development and get more people living next to transit, which expands their range of getting to things without a car. And then lastly, another zoning change that you could look at is expanding middle housing zones like the low density residential zone or the medium density residential zone. A lot of land in Provo, and this is common throughout the United States, is either single family house or 5/1 construction or a residential tower. And there's not a lot of in between: duplexes, townhomes, bungalow courts. So you could expand that low density residential zone into existing single family neighborhoods and open up more housing opportunities in these areas. Is that it, Chris? That's it. So any questions for us?
Councillor Ellsworth.
I do have a lot of questions, but I can email you later. I'm just really appreciative of you taking the time and presenting this data. Having so much data in this presentation and the previous presentation is really exciting, and it allows us to see gaps within the city. So thanks for illustrating that for us.
Councillor Hanley.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. I think the data that I found most interesting was the, well, there's a lot in there, and I appreciate the big, broad thinking that you advised toward the end. So I do think we need to take up that conversation at a later point. But that one data point that really struck me was that the 30 whatever percent it was, 37% of the car trips are within Provo, and that most of those are within 3 miles. That seems to me like, I mean, I say this as a bike commuter, and I know that I have the luxury of having a battery on my bike nowadays. So I don't really claim to earn those miles through any sweat whatsoever. That was actually the whole point of getting an e-bike. But I find it so convenient. I'm just going to make a plug. I just find it so convenient to get around for most the day trips that I ever need to do. And an average week I do on that vehicle without ever getting into my car. And I just think it's fabulous. And I hope that you count on me, and I'm sure many of us on the council feel similarly, just to help promote it in whatever way we can as an alternative, especially as the weather has improved so much over the next several months. We've got, the bike to work event coming up, but whatever else we can do to promote it and encourage it and to, make it fun, I think, count me in. I think if people can catch the vision of that, the ease of it, then and the convenience of it and the health of it, I think we could make a lot of traction just in that. That's kind of low hanging fruit to my mind. That's a lot of car trips, and it's actually the most fuel inefficient driving we ever do is those 3 miles. So it's another reason for the length of your car service to ease off on it.
Yes, thanks for setting a good example for Provo, George.
Councillor Hogan.
A good example of what? Being lazy and letting the battery do the work? Come on now. Chair, before I ask my question, how much time do we have left for this topic?
We've got a few minutes, maybe 3 to 5.
I'll ask it another time. Thank you. I'll reach out directly.
Okay, sounds like a deep one coming your way. Any other councillors have questions or comments before we wrap up? All right, thank you very much for this presentation and for going out and getting that funding and sharing the results with us. Let's move on now to item number 6, which is a presentation regarding the Provo City Parking Master Plan. And this item is to be presented by Gary McGinn from Community and Neighborhood Services.
Hi, thank you. John, can you give Development Services control? Okay, great, thank you. So with parking, we have a half hour today, and there's 2 major items with parking. One is the parking planning and coordination, and also parking enforcement. And so we're going to talk about what we've been doing over the last few years with coordination and enforcement. And we'll talk about where we're at now, where we think we're going in the future. Now, the presentation we've given you, the slide deck, has many more slides than we can possibly go through here. This is a pretty broad topic with a lot of issues and a lot of nuance with it. So we've given you the slide deck that you can look at and read up. It'll have more detailed information. But also, this could be something that we could come back. We'd like to come back, regularly to give you updates. We used to do that, and then for some reason, because of time and things like that, we didn't routinely schedule parking. Wasn't scheduled on the council agenda anymore. But that's something we'd like to do again, or do a deep dive into certain aspects of parking. And so with that, I'm going to have Javin, who's our parking coordinator, go over the planning and parking coordination that's been going on with parking. And then Sandy Busio, who is our parking supervisor, will take over that from there and talk about parking enforcement.
At the conclusion of the strategic parking plan, it recommends that Provo City do 8 primary action items to develop an enhanced parking management program for Provo City. I will be going through each of the recommended primary action items and highlight how we have accomplished each of them. Number 1, organizational planning and leadership. We meet with the council parking committee, and I meet with the downtown business parking committee either monthly or bi-monthly. Wayfinding signs have been installed in downtown. The parking information website is kept up to date. Ordinances have been updated for abandoned vehicles, off-street enforcement, and traffic demand management, and coordination between parking garage owners. Proactive program and facility planning. The city hired a parking coordinator in 2017. Parking was rebranded to create a uniform identity. Parking is currently operating under the parking management collaborative approach, working with various stakeholders. A map of all parking locations in the downtown area is kept up to date, and we work with planning and economic development when parking ratios are being altered. Parking enforcement was placed in community and neighborhood services after being in customer service and the police department. Number 3, effective program management. 4 LPRs have been purchased. The software was switched to PayLock. We work with Public Works when safety concerns are brought to staff's attention. Number 4, leverage technology. The city invested in PayLock software in 2016, which meets the needs of parking enforcement. This includes the PayLock app, which is used for enforcement and citation management. We stay aware of current software and emerging trends with parking management. The LPR is what the strategic parking plan recommends parking enforcement uses to enforce. Number 5, responsible asset management. The strategic parking plan talks a lot about how to manage parking within parking structures. The plan infers that the city owns and operates parking structures. If the city did own and operate parking garages, this section would provide the necessary steps to manage these structures efficiently. However, Provo City does not own or manage any parking garages. We do work with the garage owners to ensure that they are maintained and functional. Number 6, customer-oriented communications, education, and services. Payments for parking citations are taken at customer service. Coordination between DPI, the Utah Valley Convention Center, and other parties that host large events occurs regularly. Parking information on the website is kept up to date and distributed to event planners. Social media is used when large events occur to inform the public of where parking facilities are. One thing that we need to do is formalize a communications plan. Number 7, mobility and transportation management. The strategic parking plan encourages management not only of vehicle parking, but all modes of transportation, such as pedestrians, bicycles, scooters, and transit. Neighborhood bikeways were installed on 200 East, 800 East, and 300 West. 200 East was reconstructed to make it safer for pedestrians. Parking QR codes were installed on downtown signs to direct people to the parking information website. Parking ordinances were changed to require bicycle parking at new developments. The first protected bike lane in all of Utah County was installed here in Provo on Cougar Boulevard. Bike racks were installed downtown. Wayfinding signs have been installed along the Provo River Parkway Trail, and scooters have been in operation in Provo since 2019. Number 8, financial accountability and training. The parking coordinator and parking supervisor are members of professional organizations, which allows us to stay up to date with current parking trends and emerging softwares. Parking used to be within the Justice Court, Police, and Community Development departments. Now that all the parking is located within one department, all budgets related to parking are housed within the Community and Neighborhood Services budget. I'm going to turn the time over to Sandy.
Hi, I'm the parking enforcement supervisor. Back in 2017, parking was evolving in Provo. As a parking hearing examiner, I was located in the Justice Court, and as the first step, I was transferred up to customer service. With me came the parking payments, the neighborhood parking permits, and then again, citation management. 25 plus years of experience in parking, I was asked to assist with the transition of parking enforcement and eventually became the parking supervisor. This was a very, very exciting time. We not only rebranded all of the vehicles and we rebranded the vehicles to make them more obvious to the citizens and residents of Provo, but we also updated the parking enforcement uniforms. This made them more friendly, kind of more of a customer service orientation. Okay, in 2018, parking operations were now customer service, and we were under a single budget. This put parking management and parking enforcement together. We implemented a monthly schedule, and this helped with not only prioritizing but kind of establishing hours on when parking enforcement was needed, where the calls for service was coming from the community, where we would most be helpful. We created an operating manual and a training guide. And this not only was to train for enforcement, but we were trying to take a different approach into customer service. Parking enforcement and customer service are one. We try to help each other out. We also worked with DPI. They were having issues with consistent enforcement in the downtown area for the downtown businesses. So what we did, we actually have assigned an officer that his main purpose is to be a liaison with the downtown businesses, enforce parking, and try to create that relationship. We also went from the hanging parking permits into an electronic, using the technology that we had, and it's not only better and more efficient for enforcement, but it also gives the homeowners and the residents kind of more control over their accounts. And it's worked out very, very well. In 2019, the City Council seen our need for more additional LPRs and a full-time parking enforcement officer. This is what we needed to become effective, efficient, and consistent enforcement. We've also, in 2019, parking enforcement and parking management came to community and neighborhood services. And this brought all parking functions under one department. And then 2020 hit. It was unique. It kind of changed the way parking was enforced. We became more smart and appropriate enforcement. We worked towards a quality of life. We understood that things were challenging for our residents and here in Provo. People that were using their cars daily now were working from home. We were asked to shelter in place. So the vehicles were not moving like they should, and enforcement was aware of that. We were in the neighborhoods. We were seen. We were in marked vehicles. We were there if people needed help. We helped police department and other services whenever we were requested. Again, we supported each other when we got through the year. And here we are in 2021. 2021 has been great. Parking enforcement and zoning code enforcement, we have a great working relationship. Being under the same department, it has allowed us to work together and to cross-train with each other. There are many violations, common violations, that we both can enforce. Great examples of this are when a zoning code enforcement officer was out at a resident. They seen a vehicle parked across the sidewalk. They used to have to call a parking enforcement officer who would come, issue the citation, and then they would leave. Or we get calls for vehicles that are parked on front lawns. This is usually happening in the evening or at night when a zoning code officer is not on. These are violations that we can ticket for, that we can enforce in our regular patrol. It has been a very, very good experience, again, working and combining some very limited responsibilities of parking and code enforcement. Okay. Right now, we have 1 full-time, 5 part-time, and 1 seasonal parking enforcement officer. We have on our schedule an officer from 2:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. and on Saturdays from 5:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. So that gives us 1 officer in the downtown district, 1 officer that is responsible for 72-hour violations, and that only leaves 1 officer to patrol the entire city. To say the least, we cannot keep up with the demands citywide with the parking officers we currently have. And with more of a part-time staff, it is very, very difficult to recruit and retain the parking officers. We're investing money into these individuals and they are great employees, but we're losing them. We have promotions or schedule changes from their other jobs. School schedules change. Every time BYU graduates, I usually lose an officer. And compensation. And all of these things are honestly frustrating. Okay, now on the back office operations, that's me. I handle all backhand operations, neighborhood permits, supervise all parking officers, and respond to an average of 225 ticket appeals a month. And then, of course, other duties as assigned. Parking officers strive to issue good, valid, solid tickets. With the information that they have right then in front of them, they will issue a citation. But there are many vehicles that are registered. Students especially don't understand that the decal is required to be on that license plate, or the disability placard has fallen down, but they do have one as they're parked in that disability stall. These or somebody just doesn't understand a parking violation. And these are reasons to appeal a ticket. These are reasons why we need to be on the other end of the parking citations. We need to help people understand the parking code. We need to help the individual understand they do need those decals on. Or if a placard has fallen down, we need to help the individuals. And so it doesn't stress them out. I belong to professional organizations. I attend conferences, chat rooms, and webinars with others in the parking field, and this allows me to be up to date on best practices and to research and become aware of new technology. One thing I have not found, and that is any software or hardware that replaces the need for parking officers or staff. The LPR readers. This is great technology. It's a great tool. It helps us with our neighborhood parking permits, timed parking zones, airport parking. We use it to see if the stall has been prepaid. We have found several stolen vehicles. So it's a great service for the police department. If they're having problems with stolen vehicles being abandoned in certain areas, they have reached out and asked if we can drive through there just to make sure that we can get these vehicles back to their proper owners. One thing that the LPR does not do, and that is help with the enforcement of the 72-hour violation. 72-hour violations are very time-consuming, very important violations. What it is a neighbor will see a vehicle and thinking that vehicle is not moving, they call in with their concerns. First thing we do is make sure the vehicle hasn't been reported stolen. Then we will chalk the tire. Some people's schedules are off just enough that although you may not think that vehicle is moving, it is. And so again, we try to give every chance for the vehicles to move and to get everything complied before a ticket is issued. Right now, as Javin says, we use Paylock software. This is great. It integrates all of the parking functions right now. It's for enforcement, payments, delinquent notices. There's a neighborhood permit portal for residents, neighborhood parking permits. Right now, I'm not aware of any better software than what we're currently using. There may be better software out there. It may be something that at some point we want to explore. But right now, again, Paylock is working for us. It integrates, it's seamless. We can talk to customer service. We can talk to the delinquent notice collections, parking enforcement, and myself at the back end, and we all will be on the same software. All right, revenue. This is our revenue. We do strive for compliance. My parking field supervisor, his favorite is a teaching moment. We try to teach, we try to strive for compliance, but we do write parking tickets. Parking tickets are issued for illegally parked vehicles, and revenue is collected. Okay, in summary, parking enforcement, we do try to provide a good customer service. We try to write valid legal tickets, and we work closely with different divisions of community and neighborhood services. We effectively, efficiently, and consistently enforce parking regulations in Provo, and we are continuously looking for ways to improve. We hold quarterly training sessions. We try to do webinars. We try to do anything we can to stay best in class, but we are at a breaking point. With the current staff, we cannot keep up with requests for service or enforcement. And this is as we stand right now. This is without any extension of or new parking restricted areas. So is there any questions for me or Javin?
Councillor Shipley.
Hi, just a quick question on the financials page that you were just on. Is there just a lag in our collection? Is that why the revenue is so high year to date and on 3,800 tickets year to date? I mean, it just, the numbers don't make sense. If we normally issue, 15 to 20,000 tickets and normally bring in 600,000, and then all of a sudden year to date, a quarter into the year, we're at half of that revenue. Is that just delay of time on previous tickets from previous years?
Correct. Yes. It's collections. So when you look at the ticket and then you look at what we're collecting, it is the collection process, rather it be in-house delinquent notice or through our collection agency.
And is there a significant ticket cost change or penalty change between 19 and 20 that would help us understand 6,000 less tickets, but the same amount of revenue?
There was we did change the ticket prices. Is what it is the ticket price used to be, for example, 30, it would double and then it would triple. Now all tickets are at $55. If they're paid within the first 7 days, then there is a $15 reduction and it's a $40 ticket. If it's paid after the 7 days, it goes to the issue amount, $55. And then after 14 days, there's a 25% increase to $68.75.
And if I may, just one quick question on your personnel. So in 2020, did we lose any of those part-timers and not rehire at any point, or did you have all 5 part-timers and that one full-time person that has been budgeted for? Did you have those fully staffed all year?
We're never fully staffed. Right now, I don't have a graveyard, weekend graveyard. I usually run with 5 part-time and 1 full-time. And the reason being for the graveyard is that's a very, very difficult position. I need somebody mature and I need somebody that can work that shift by themselves. We have, for the last 6 parking officers is what we've usually ran.
Okay, thank you.
That answer your question?
Yeah, I was just wondering if last year we were able to rehire as people left, or if you were under the parking freeze kind of issue as well, where you couldn't rehire any of these officers as they left.
We were on the soft hiring freeze, yes. If I had somewhat, graveyard, he resigned, a couple months ago. And I've been trying to find someone that we can pull in on that shift. I usually like someone that's working at the hospital security or a retired police officer, again, working the graveyard shift because of the security issues.
And typically with the part-time people, we have a pool of money, and we can hire people and work them as long as we have that money that's budgeted for it. With COVID, there was that little bit of a problem with a soft hiring freeze, and we didn't know where the economy was going to go with that. But what I think Sandy hit on it a little earlier. One of the big problems we have, and you'll see in supplementals that we've submitted, we would like 2 additional full-time parking enforcement officers. We could keep them busy. The problem with part-time is they come and go frequently. And so the training, we're always starting over with training. And that takes a tremendous amount of time. As you can see of Sandy's time, not only does she supervise everybody, train everybody, she handles all appeals and all of those issues. And it's just, we're at a breaking point with this.
And one other thing, that is why we have the seasonal, is to kind of fill in for the regular part-time officer.
Councilor Harding.
Thank you. Just a comment on the discussion that was, we were just answering Councilor Shipley's question. I would hope that the the pay for the graveyard shift would be more than the others, and it seems to me that if it's a less desirable job, their compensation should be a little bit higher. But I have confidence that you guys can work out whatever makes the most sense. But yeah. I appreciate the focus that parking has received over the past few months. I appreciate the responsiveness to the concerns expressed by the council, and I readily acknowledge that there's been progress over the last 5 years, and particularly as of late, we've made some good progress on there. In listening to Mr. Weaver's presentation, I may have misunderstood. I may have misunderstood. So I apologize if I didn't understand what he was saying. But it sounded like his presentation was not just an update on where we've made progress on the strategic parking management plan, but I thought he may have even said that this is how we have done all of these primary steps, and so it sounded like it was almost kind of a report that hey, we've completed this plan, and we have now implemented the strategic parking management plan. And if that's the case, I think at least I would like to have a kind of a discussion on what the vision is. I agree with what Mr. McGinn has said in the past about how the strategic parking management plan is not just like a kind of an implementation plan of these are the steps that should be taken. It's more of you should have this component in place, and here's 5 different options for how that can look, and you really should work on this area, and this area can be set up a bunch of different ways. And so I think I agree that being fully compliant with that strategic master plan could look a lot of different ways. But so if perhaps we need to have a conversation about what the vision is for that. Over the years, I don't remember how many years ago it was, but some of the council and some of the administration staff made a trip out to Lincoln, Nebraska to take a look at Duncan Aviation's operation there. And while we were there, we actually spent a little time with their city management, and we took a look at kind of their model for parking. And I think that was one model that that kind of checked a lot of the boxes of the strategic master plan, strategic parking management plan. And I think with the council's downtown parking vision that was approved and then reconfirmed recently, I think perhaps that was, there's at least, that's the kind of the direction, and if you look at the downtown parking vision, it really kind of lays out, at least my understanding of it, it lays out a vision that I don't think we are there yet in Provo. And so,
Councilmember Harding,
yes,
I would agree with you. We are not done. The focus of this presentation really was to, I think we've been talking a lot about parking over the years. And one of the problems I have is I've talked about parking so much, I forget who I've talked to and who knows where we've been and what we've been doing. And so we've tried to give a big overview of what we've been doing in the last few years to bring people up to date. There are some significant things yet to be done, I believe. And we need to, and there are some things in the future, I think some decision points for the council really to focus on. And so we wanted to give a big overview, and it's a brief overview. On each of these slides, we probably could take a half hour per slide and really get into the details and talk about where we want to go. But there are some big decision points for the future. And I think my hope was to work with the council's parking subcommittee and maybe frame some things to bring back to the council for discussion points. In the past, I know we came in and about quarterly gave parking updates to the council. And then we ran into a series of really big agendas and tight agendas, and things got bumped, and one thing led to another, and we haven't done that. I think that would be really important going forward, is to have routine and regular quarterly or at least a couple of times a year reports on parking. I'm actually going to be in Denver next week. And as part of being there, I'll be in Fort Collins. And Fort Collins had their strategic plan done at one time by the same group that did ours. And there's some very interesting commonalities between our cities. And so it's those types of things that I think we need to look at, and where do we really want to go next? Right now, for instance, our software serves our needs, but we may have to have some conversations about our changing needs and what we want to do. We may need to look at new software as an example. I don't know that we would, but that's an example of what we're doing. And I know we're running out of time. And again, this is such a big topic. We would like to come back and perhaps do a deep dive on certain areas that are of interest to the council.
Thank you. That's very good to hear. I appreciate it.
Gary and Sandy, I just had a quick question for you to help me get a handle on the turnover problem a little bit. Could you just kind of estimate for me your best guess as far as the one full-time enforcement position, about how often does that turnover? Kind of what's your average tenure on that? And then also for the 5 part-time positions, if you on average, how long are those people here before you have to rehire and retrain?
Well, since 2017, I've had 12 part-time parking officers terminate their employment. Most of them have been for promotions from their full-time job, or I've had several graduate BYU. And so that becomes a problem. As far as the full-time, we've had only the one, and he's still with us. He actually had worked for Provo City for years before. So he was a valued employee. And as far as the graveyard shift, it is hard at $12.50 an hour to hire someone to work those shifts. And then I'll be honest, especially part-time. So that's why it's so very important that we can get the staff and the staff that will stay. So once they're trained and because we invest in uniforms and training, and it's extensive training. So that's the need.
An example of that, I think it was early in the morning, just recently, our enforcement officers out and a deer ran out and hit the side of the vehicle and stopped everything. And now we have a vehicle in the shop for a week to get fixed. And so, it's a graveyard. We've got to work closely with the police. We need somebody who's reliable, can work with them. And Sandy's the only supervisor we have. And so she gets calls in the middle of the night on issues. And it's a really tough, difficult problem to figure out. And to find a full-time person who would work a graveyard, frankly, would be ideal for me.
Yes. And it is the full-time officer that comes in at 2:30 a.m. and works the 2:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. shift. So I'm very lucky that I have him for that.
Thank you. We're just a couple minutes over, so unless there's any other urgent questions from counselors, I think we better move on. Thank you very much for this presentation. I'm sure we'll be seeing you again soon. Thank you. Okay, item number 7, a discussion regarding the council's budget priorities for the next fiscal year. And this will be initially presented by Cliff Strachan and David Mortensen.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to give you an update. A week ago, we talked about your priorities, and I know that the council has, some of the councilors have been working on a possible statement as to their priorities. So I wanted to give you just a brief overview of what that looks like and a summary of you're going to find that relates in the supplementals list, and then David Mortensen will go over the supplementals list with you in greater detail. So let me share my screen with you. Okay. Without getting into the meat of the actual statement, I wanted to let you know that it appears there, before any funding decisions, there's about $4.2 million in the general fund, and there's about $4.2 million in the supplemental requests, broken out in different ways. One of the council priorities expressed last week was some form of improving retention of existing employees and restoring market wages and benefits for existing positions. There's a list that I'm showing you on the screen that totals approximately $3 million, slightly less, depending on the extent to which that is funded. The next one that seemed to resonate with the council was improving the capacity in public safety. Now, there were 9 officers that were listed in the requests. Each officer, I think the number we were told was about $1.4 million, based on $162,000 for an officer in his car and what his or her car. And what I was told by finance is that the cost really is about $114,700 because we don't pay for the car in full. We pay for it a bit at a time. Then talked about improving zoning effectiveness. In zoning, the supplemental list included 3 requests for about $32,000 that included uniforms, some code compliance training, and then some data scraping software from Granicus or Host Compliance. So that was listed in there, but there was no funding request for a field officer or field supervisor. Moving down into strategic parking management plan, there's an appropriation for a parking coordinator on tonight's agenda. The supplemental list included 5 requests totaling $290,000 that included 2 additional enforcement officers and some other equipment that the parking presentation you just received went over. And then also there was a discussion about, with respect to other positions that were lost versus positions that are being asked for. Apparently there are 25 vacant positions in the city. These are, I should tell you, all these numbers I'm giving you are general fund numbers. So only positions and expenses that fall within the general fund. So there's 25 vacant positions, with 7 of those resulting from reductions last year because of the COVID impacts. And then there are a total of 16 requested positions and supplemental requests. I'm going to turn the time over to Dave Mortensen. But I will tell you that just a quick viewing of these numbers tells you there are far more requests than there is money available. Mr. Harding?
Yeah, my question was exactly that. At the very beginning, and I'm obviously misunderstood, I thought you said there was 4.2 million, left there in the general fund, and then the supplemental requests were only adding up to 4.2.
Yes, but the supplemental requests, remember, are all those requests that aren't necessarily restorations. So if you were to add the restorations on top of there, you're probably up around 7 million, as I understand it. But we'll let David Mortensen get a little more into the detail. I deliberately did not put the exact cost for each of these. I just summarized them for you, again, because we want to. You'll have a chance to look at those over the next week, but we wanted to give you just an opportunity to see how the supplemental list relates to the things we talked about last week. David Mortensen, I'm going to stop sharing and turn time back to you. And then when you're done, either Dave Sewell or I will walk you through the actual document.
Okay. Thank you, Cliff. And then, John, do you have the PowerPoint presentation I sent you? Perfect. So first off, I just want to apologize ahead of time. I've been fighting a cold, so if you hear any unnatural noises coming from me, that's why. So I apologize. As Cliff was just mentioning, and kind of to answer your question, Councilman Harding, what you won't see included in the list of supplementals that I'm going to go over is any of the COVID cuts that were made last year. So the decision was made as we approached this budget cycle that we would treat those separately, and that they would be kind of considered first and in a different group than the regular supplementals, just so things don't get mixed in. But kind of as the mayor has mentioned in a prior meeting as well, that her priority is to restore as much as possible that was cut due to COVID. And so that really has been the first priority before these additional supplemental requests. And so that kind of answers the question that you had, that the 4.2 million is the total of all the additional supplemental requests, in addition to restoring any funding that was cut due to COVID, or any natural increases due to like merit increases and market study increases, and just the increase of the cost of the things that we're buying. So with that said, I'm going to try and go fairly quickly. There's a lot of information, a lot of detail that goes into the supplemental requests that we don't have time to go over. But I did want to give you some high-level information, and then at least talk as much as possible in detail about the critical requests. So we do ask the department directors, when they submit their request, to classify their request as either critical, necessary, or aspirational. So as you can see on the screen, we had 59 total requests come in from various departments. 19 of those were deemed critical, 36 necessary, and 4 aspirational. Total citywide FTEs are approximately 21 that were requested in supplementals. The total impact citywide is about $4.3 million, so close to that 4.2 that Cliff had mentioned. And then the split of that between one-time and ongoing is about $1.2 million of one-time funds and $3.15 million of ongoing funds. Too far. Okay, too far again. Okay, so of those requests, as I mentioned, there's critical, necessary, and aspirational. This slide is showing you just the general information for all of the critical amounts added together. So we had 18 general fund requests that were deemed critical, totaling just under $2.2 million. Only 60,000 of that was one-time funding request. The rest is all ongoing and equates to 12 FTEs in the general fund, as Cliff mentioned in his quick presentation. And then also listed as critical was one request related to the RDA fund for some operating costs that we'll talk about later, but that's an ongoing cost as well. All of the other funds besides the general fund and RDA fund, those requests were deemed either necessary or aspirational. So going into some of the detail as far as the critical supplemental requests, I have these organized kind of by department. So this first little chart is administrative services. All of the critical requests for administrative services fall within the information systems division. So the first one there you'll see is training and travel. So this is in addition to, they also had some cuts to training and travel due to COVID, but this is on top of restoring those. Basically what's happened is over the years, they've brought on more full-time employees, but haven't changed the level of budget for their training and travel. So this request is trying to bring the number of positions into alignment with what they would like to do for each employee as far as training. And as you can appreciate, information systems has a lot of technical skills and a lot of constant changes that they have to get software that will be used for a variety of things that we're using multiple different software systems for now. And this one system is a robust system. It's going to be great to work with, but IS does have a need for an analyst to focus solely on issues that may come up as we implement this system and as we kind of get our feet off the ground. So that's the request there. The next one is an email gateway, and I don't know a lot of the technical aspects of this. If you had questions about the technicalities of it, I'm sure we could get them for you, but basically this is just to help reduce the possibility of receiving compromised emails into the city. So potential malicious messages that are being sent will help weed those out automatically instead of relying on employees to notice those and not click on bad things. Councilman Harding, do you have a question?
Yeah, quick one. Do we know if that is an ongoing expense or if that's a one-time expense?
Yeah, so over on the far right, you'll see ongoing or one time. All of these are considered ongoing.
Okay, I guess, yeah, that's true. It's in ongoing.
Yeah, so my understanding is it's a service that we pay for that's an ongoing expense each year. Yep.
Thank you.
The next one, similarly, a service that we would pay for, server infrastructure hardware support. I have kind of a lengthy description of that that I could give you, but I'll just wait, and if you have questions on that, I'll answer. But and then the last one, Avanti Patch Manager, kind of the same thing. Just something that IS feels is necessary for their operations. That's critical. And if you have further questions, we can always answer those at a later time. But so that is administrative services. Next, let's see if I can get back into that. So we discussed, or Gary discussed a couple of these already in his presentation, but community and neighborhood services has a number of critical requests. The first one is a small dollar amount, but it's changing a management analyst 2 position to be a planner 3 position. This amount, this increase would also be in addition to this position being funded instead of from CDBG funds, being funded out of general fund again. Due to COVID, this position was shifted from the general fund into CDBG in fiscal year 21 as part of those adjustments. So their ultimate wish would be to bring that position back into the general fund and change it to a planner 3 position at this increased cost. Gary, I'm sure, I don't know if he's still here, but he could answer more questions about these if you had them. The next item, a sustainability plan for $60,000. This is a one-time, it's the only one-time critical request in the general fund. And my understanding is that this would help delay the need for a sustainability coordinator if this funding was granted, that we would use a consultant to help with the sustainability plan in conjunction with our general plan. That would kind of help us be able to put off that need for a full-time person. But the next one is in code compliance and ask for staff uniforms and equipment. This is to help the code enforcement officers, look more official. I believe it involved having a badge, something that they could show to people to confirm, that they mean business, that what they're saying needs to happen. The next one, also in code compliance, is just an increase in their training budget of 7,000 they're asking for. And then the last one is the one that was mentioned by Gary, the 2 additional parking enforcement officers, ongoing cost of $142,400 per year. Next, in development services. So these ones are a little bit different than most requests you'll see. As you know, maybe 2 years ago, the community development department split into community and neighborhood services and development services. It's difficult when a department splits to equitably distribute those budgets. It seems like it would be simple to just say, we're going to split these amounts in half. But when you create a completely new department, it kind of creates new expenditures as well that maybe we didn't anticipate. So what's been happening over the last couple of years is that development services has been operating with budgets in some of these line items, either no budget or budget less than what they feel they need to perform the duties of their department. So these are somewhat small requests, each line item, but items that they feel are needed to really operate the way that they feel like they should be operating. The one exception to that is the economic development, the bottom 2, economic development and RDA are a little bit different. The RDA one, I think, is a similar situation, but economic development, these are requests for various memberships in economic development associations and groups that the economic development team feel are important to be a part of. This page I combined a couple of them. The first one is police. Cliff briefly talked about this request for 9 additional officers. I believe some of those officers would be patrol officers, and then a few of them would be assigned to the airport to help with security at the airport. And as Cliff mentioned, the total request from the police department was 1.4 million. But as we checked the numbers, we typically, as you heard in the fleet presentation earlier today, we typically pay for vehicles over 5 years in the general fund departments. So the fleet fund would purchase a vehicle for 60,000 in the first year, and then the police department, through the general fund, general services division, would repay that $60,000 over 5 years, so $12,000 a year. So because of that, the total request for 9 officers would really be just over 1 million. I think it was like 1,070,000 or something like that. So about 114,700 per officer. And then the next department in Parks and Recreation, these 2 items are maintenance and landscaping areas because of the bus rapid transit medians and Cougar Boulevard changes. There's some new medians that have landscaping needs that weren't there before. So we have these critical needs to keep those up and looking good. So that's all the critical requests. We do have quite a bit of deemed necessary requests as well. 30 of those apply to general fund. 410,000 of them are one-time requests, and about 563,000 are ongoing. And there's 3 FTEs involved. And then there's 1 necessary request from the Covey Center that's $40,000 ongoing, and it's 1 FTE. And then there's 2 necessary from the airport fund that are 3 FTEs for $223,000 ongoing, and 1 request from the water fund. It says 0.25 FTEs. This is a position that would be shared between 4 different departments. And this is the water fund's share of it. you'll see the other shares for the other funds here. So part of this 39,000 for wastewater is also that same position that they're requesting. Then the other 10,000 is a request for overtime, an overtime increase. In stormwater, again, 29,000 of this is for the same position that I talked about in water and wastewater. And then the rest of it is another position that's shared with streets that stormwater is asking for. And then 2 requests in fleet. One of those is for a couple of interns to help in the shop at fleet. And then the other one is for an overtime increase to help with their overtime. So I have these details here too, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to go over all of these, but you can feel free to review the PowerPoint, look at these various requests and amounts. And if you have any questions, please reach out. You can reach out to me, anyone in the finance department, or individual directors if you have specific questions for them. But that's, as far as supplemental requests, everything I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mortensen. Any questions for Mr. Mortensen before we dive into our budget discussion? Mr. Handley.
Well, this is just a point of clarification on the sustainability plan. I think we're very close to hearing a formal proposal about the cost of the plan, and at which point we'll bring that back to the council. And when I say we, I'm talking about the Foothills Committee that's been visiting that issue. But I want to reiterate that I think I'm still very optimistic that we would be able to find funding from UMPA to pay for that. And so hopefully we can come back with a proposal that doesn't require dipping into the general fund at all. Even though I do think it's critical, I don't think it would require those funds, at least at this point.
Any other questions or comments on the supplementals? All right, thank you, Mr. Mortensen.
Thank you.
Let's dive into the budget discussion. I'd like to say a few words to introduce that before we open it up for discussion. My first thought is, Mayor and your team, you've got quite a job here, don't you? These next couple of weeks to sort through all this and come up with a budget that balances in a way that you feel best prioritizes the needs of the citizens. So we thank you and your team and know that you're going to be putting a lot of work in on this in the next couple of weeks. We're hoping to offer some guidance that will be helpful in that. And in that regard, we knew that time was going to be short. We have been kind of circulating and discussing sort of a draft of a budget priority statement. I sent it to you earlier today. Cliff, do you have that available to bring up?
Yep, give me a second here.
I just wanted to walk through a couple things and then we'll open it up for discussion. First thing I wanted to mention is obviously we don't have time to or capacity to go into the budget to the extent in terms of detail, obviously, that your team does. And so there are a lot of important things that go on in the city that we haven't mentioned here, a lot of priorities that are very important to the council that and to you, I'm sure, that aren't mentioned here. And that's just basically because we're confident that your team's gonna do a good job of prioritizing those, and we just didn't have any additional guidance for you in those areas. So these are a few areas that we did feel like we wanted to mention. We agree with you that improving retention of existing employees by restoring market wages and benefits is very important, and are solidly behind that. although we wanted to separate that as a separate topic from restoring other, positions and funding, and get to that in a minute. Wrestle a little bit with what to say about public safety, because I'm sure all 7 of us would rate that as a very high priority. So what we came up with is that what we'd like to see as a minimum is increasing the number of budgeted police officers by an amount that would at least keep us up with population growth over the last 2 years, and be at least 1 officer. It'd be great if we can do better than that, depending on what we can do with the other priorities, but we felt like that was a minimum. Zoning enforcement effectiveness, we've talked about a number of times this past year. One reason for including this, we're sure that you were inclined to restore the full number of officers there, but we also wanted to make sure that it wasn't forgotten that a big problem in this department has been retention and turnover. And the zoning committee had some specific recommendations on that. And I'm sure your executives in charge will have other ideas as well. But so there's really 2 things that we wanted to accomplish there: restoring the committee to its full, restoring that department to its full staffing, but also substantially improving retention in the department. At one point, the average tenure was as low as 6 months, and we just, 9 months, excuse me. And we just feel like we've got to get that way up from that level. Next item on here was progress in implementing the strategic parking management plan. And, we've already discussed and you've agreed to hiring the new parking coordinator. And we may want to talk about this one a little bit more. Councillor Harding and I have been working on the parking committee, but frankly, until today, this is the first time I understood how deep the turnover problem is there as well as in the zoning department. And that's something we didn't mention here, but maybe does deserve comment as well. Then the last point is we just wanted to encourage that as you look at all the lost positions and funding, that you not necessarily do a blanket restoration, although that would be nice, but kind of prioritize in terms of, as you look at all these other priorities, which positions and funding need to be restored and should be restored. Are there some that could be deferred if necessary for another year, and the world is changing? And are there some that maybe don't need to be restored and could be eliminated? So that's kind of the initial overview of the draft to serve as a starting point for discussion. I'll open it up to counselors for discussion, and I also obviously like to hear from the administration any thoughts you might have. Mr. Harding.
Thank you. I don't have to lead off, but if no one else is raising their hand, I guess I'll start. We've had some email discussion going back and forth. And so I wanted to, I guess, in this meeting, present the idea that I have shared. So a lot of this has come from my work with Councillor Shipley on the carryover committee, and really discussing with the administration, where our roles are with the budget, and with our financial fiscal responsibilities to the city, and how those interact and overlap. And so in thinking about council priorities over the years, and I even went back to 2016 when I first joined the council, and we spent a lot of time focused on priorities and what we wanted to get done, and in trying to really understand and respond to how the administration has been suggesting that they would like us to interact with them on the budget, and really talk about what outcomes we would like to see, and then kind of handing it off to the administration to figure out the best way to achieve those outcomes. And so that's really influenced my thinking, and in thinking broadly about, what are we trying to do now? What are our stated priorities now? What have we been trying to do over the years? And it struck me that so much of what the council talks about, wanting to do, wanting to accomplish, so much of that is assisted by, or is directed by, or is really, championed by what's currently our community and neighborhood services, and specifically our planning division and planning functions within that division. Just as an example, earlier we had a presentation on active transportation, and they had several policy recommendations that and it kind of, laid it at the feet of the council. The council, you're in charge of zoning. Here are recommendations for you to handle, or to consider. Form-based code, ADUs, expanding the TOD, and really providing more opportunities for middle housing zones. And if you look at, as an example, if we wanted to tackle those, we would be working with the planning department. And I really should have had my an email up here earlier to be able to look at what I had listed there, because I think I had like 9 issues that we've talked about over the years that we would love to see get done. Short-term rentals, I'm drawing a blank on housing affordability. It even gets into economic development, but because of our land use code. But the point is there's a lot of items here that the council has expressed interest in moving forward on, and making progress on, and tackling some of these issues. But I do feel like there's been a bandwidth issue that we've wanted to accomplish more, but so much of that is reliant on planning, and planning has kind of a defined, they only have so much bandwidth to get through some of these things. And so in looking at what we, if we want to be more effective, if we want to get more accomplished, what are our priorities, and how should the budget be structured to assist us in those priorities? I really feel like we should consider how to increase the bandwidth of our planning functions, of our planning division, so that we can tackle more of these pressing issues. And again, I think that's a kind of an outcome that we should talk about, and then just hand it off to the administration, ask them to come back with what's the best plan in order to do some of these. For example, we potentially have some one-time money that we don't normally have access to. So maybe some of this could be contracted out, or perhaps there may be another position with an additional planner that might be able to tackle more. I don't know what that looks like, but I think with council support, I would ask that we make this one of our stated priorities, or our desired outcomes, and then see where the administration could come back and say, well, here's a plan for how we can increase the bandwidth of our planning functions.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Just one other comment to sort of frame this. It seems like there's never enough time to talk about the budget, but we are we're only about 20 or 25 minutes away from the amount of time that we have budgeted. Our intent was to focus only on ongoing expenses for this part, recognizing that we could come back in May and start tackling the legacy CIP unless we get finished with this soon enough to start that discussion. So I'd like to hear from every counselor on this. What do you think about the draft? What do you think about Mr. Harding's suggestion that he just made? Is that something that you want to add to this? Let's try to give everyone a chance to provide feedback on this. Let's not all jump in at the same time here. Councilor Shipley.
Thank you. I think we've all had such a good opportunity this last weekend, Chair, to to think this through and talk through it. I'm supportive, obviously, of this and have worked on it with Chair Sewell and appreciate his efforts in trying to come to consensus and trying to hear, concerns and issues that we all have as far as budget priorities. One of the things that he and I have discussed, and maybe I'll just point out is something that I think he was alluding to just a bit ago, which is I think there are outcome-based intent. There's intent language that can be outcome-based to Councilor Harding's point that we should continue to develop beyond what this statement has to say for various departments for outcomes that we all think are important. And we need to continue that work and develop that beyond, what we're looking at here today. I think what we're looking at here today is the idea that, the mayor and the administration have, a few short weeks now to prepare a budget. And if there are ideas or focuses that we would like to just communicate, and specifically from the things that we discussed the other night in our special session, I think that's what we were trying to accomplish here. And so I think this for me, helps to crystallize some of those concepts or ideas that we discussed the other night. I think all of them probably require more work, and unfortunately or fortunately, I think they require more work. If we want to get to a point where we have accountability, ideas of intent statements, and then what we can use for accountability as the year progresses, within the budget, I think that requires a lot further development. So to Dave's point, I think that planning does lack bandwidth, and I think most of us would be supportive of something to increase that bandwidth. I don't know if that's additional positions or additional funding or additional, I don't know exactly what that looks like. It might even be the bandwidth that we're going to provide based on somebody not having to worry about parking going forward. Might be the bandwidth. That might be all they need, to accomplish some additional projects. So I'm not sure what that looks like, but I'm supportive that they need our support and they need additional bandwidth to accomplish some of the things that we want to accomplish. Beyond saying that, I don't know how to word that, and I don't know exactly what it looks like. Again, from a funding standpoint, I think these are specific to funding and saying, hey, before we just blanket, restore positions and blanket look at supplemental requests, here are some priorities that the council has had for a long time and currently holds that we would like to some extra focus on in the near term.
Councilor Hanley.
Yeah, I like how Mr. Shipley summarized things. I think I'm largely in agreement with what he just said. So I support this document. I think maybe one of the biggest things with the biggest financial implication is number 2, and that is how many officers, and I don't know if the administration wants a specific number from us or not. Maybe that's helpful, maybe it's not. I think maybe I feel a little hesitant to say exactly what that number should be, but I think with regard to that, I would recommend that the administration think about maybe a 2 or a 3 year plan for getting those 9 positions rather than the 1 year. And that's only because maybe there are circumstances that change or shift in the next year or so post-COVID with the housing market. I don't know, that give us just a little clearer sense of where to best put those officers and that money. But I would like to commit to meeting those needs in the shorter term. I don't want to eternally defer this as we have been doing. But I'm also sort of hesitant to jump in and say all 9 right now in this budget year. So I kind of like the idea of some sort of phased approach that we could look at over the course of the next 2 to 3 years as a way to meet that. And maybe that eases some more immediate financial pressures over the short term. And maybe part of this too is sort of the uncertainty as to all this federal money and how that can be put to use. And if there's a really creative way to use that in the shorter term for maximum benefit, then I'm certainly open to that. But because that's such a huge, I don't know, maybe the numbers are all so blurry in my head right now. I can't really, put a number to each one of these items, but I do remember what that number is for those officers. And that's a big ongoing discussion, commitment that I think we ought to give serious attention to, but maybe in a phased way. So anyway, in summary, I think I would agree with what Mr. Shipley just said, and in response to Mr. Harding's comments as well. I think Mr. Harding's identified some really pressing issues. I like the way that Mr. Shipley has phrased that as sort of an ongoing conversation for now.
Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Paxman, is your hand up? Or, oh no, that's just my cursor, I guess, is over your video on the screen. Sorry about that. Who would like to speak next? Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, are these still on the screen?
Can we put those back up?
Yeah, it can be. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, I would just concur with what Mr. Handley expressed. I like the idea of creating a plan for how to get to those 9 additional officers that we need. And by the time we get there, we might need more than 9. I don't know. But I agree that we shouldn't be looking at this year to year. We should be looking a little more long term. I also really appreciate what Mr. Shipley said. Wholeheartedly agree. I'm supportive of this document. The 3rd and the 4th bullet points are really tangible quality of life issues for residents of Provo. And so I think it is very appropriate for us to prioritize the funds that not only can they see and can help them realize a better neighborhood, but would improve quality of life and attract more people who want to invest in Provo.
Good. Thank you. See, I think that leaves Mr. Fillmore and Mr. Hoban.
I'm happy to speak up, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the work that Cliff and the staff have done in terms of putting this budget priority summary together. I concur with these priorities. I think it's a matter of good faith on our part to restore market wages for those employees who experienced a cut or who were lagging behind. I am also keenly in favor of expanding bandwidth for public safety, zoning enforcement, and parking enforcement. But I like the idea of phasing that. For example, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I don't believe the police need all those officers right away. It's a good chunk of those numbers has to do with the airport requirements. And that airport isn't going to be ready to go really for a couple more years. I think we can phase that effectively. And that could help with the budgeting.
Thank you. Mr. Hoban?
Well, I see nobody liked my 4 Ps, but I'm getting over that. I really think that from here, I'd just like to see what plan the city puts together, the admin puts together. I don't know if I could really provide a whole lot of, insight. And so my preference would just be to see what they come back with, and then maybe we massage it and go from there.
Thank you. Any other comments before we entertain a motion? Councillor Harding.
Thank you. I didn't really speak to the rest of the document. I support the priorities that are identified here, and I support the identifying priorities and desired outcomes and asking the administration to come back with a budget that they think best addresses these and their own identified priorities. I do worry about getting into the details of, this many officers or over this many years. I think that they are best situated to know when we need to hire police officers for the airport. And that's just that level of detail that I really support, leaving up to them and just identify that this is a priority for us, and then have them come back with their best plan on how to proceed with that. But so if anything, I support all of these priorities that we have listed here. But I also hope that we also signal to the administration that we want their best plan, and we want to give them the flexibility to come back with what they think is going to work best. And then I understand the comments that have been made about planning bandwidth and how we can address that as it goes along. I just looking back at how things have progressed, I just want to warn that if the council wants to try to tackle some issue that we haven't even thought of now, or maybe we've thought about but it hasn't come to the forefront, and when it comes to the forefront, and if we want to address it, if planning has a bandwidth capacity here, it's either it won't get done, or it will displace something else that we have asked planning to work on. And I think I'm happy to sit down and go over the past 6 years and look at how that has played out. But housing affordability is something that we pushed on for a while, but then other priorities that the council cared about and said, oh, can't we work on this? And so we started working on that, and housing affordability has kind of fallen to the wayside, and we haven't made a whole lot of progress on that. So and I just think that unless we're thinking about appropriating money in mid-year or whatever, when the budget is set, that's going to, unless we're talking one-time money, it's going to pretty much cap what the bandwidth is. And so if we want to make adjustments, now is the time to increase the capacity, just to, because I'm really trying to make this perhaps it's self-serving for the council, but if we want our priorities worked on, so much of that goes through planning. But if I'll leave it at that and respect the decision of the council.
So, Mayor, I think it'd be appropriate to hear from you. We have a responsibility to provide some guidance on the budget. Is this helpful? Do you have concerns about it? What are your thoughts?
No, I think this is really helpful, and I appreciate it. It gives us a little bit of a path to follow and go down. The best part about budgeting is we can present it, and then you can look at it. And if you've got changes, if I miss something or if my team misses something and you see that you want it fixed, I want you to figure out a way to fix it and send it back and we'll tweak it. But I hope you like the process that I started when I became mayor, where I have the directors come in and report. They really do come with sincere hearts. And they had a rough year. I mean, everyone was asked to cut except for the police and fire, because I always stated I didn't want the pandemic taken out on our first responders, but every other department had to cut, leave jobs that opened up. Someone may have moved on, and we froze everything. So we have a lot of holes in jobs that they've been having to double duty on and are waiting to have the hiring freeze lifted so they can fill those positions. But again, we also have these significant needs, and but we'll go to work on it and we will do the best we can and we'll present you something. And then I just want you to, help me. You help me by finding creative ways to make it work that will satisfy you and us as well. So thank you. I appreciated this email, Dave. It made my day when I saw it.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I should return that by saying we really do appreciate the process that you've implemented, and you have really been great as far as doing your very best to capture our priorities as we've explained them to you as best you can. And so we value very highly the relationship that we have. Thank you. Unless I see, okay, Councillor Shipley, go ahead. You're muted.
Sorry, I unmuted and then muted myself. Can you hear me now? I think it makes sense based on Councillor Hanley's comment and also others to maybe add to the public safety bullet point some forward-looking statement associated with kind of the plan going forward to fulfill the needs associated with public safety over the next 2 to 3 to 5 years, something to that end. I don't know what that's worded like. I guess I'd defer to George to maybe say that better, but I think that is supported by most of the council, that there's something going forward as far as a plan of implementation. And then I would also say that I'm not opposed to adding a bullet point, about planning. I just don't know what that looks like. And so I guess I'm not saying we shouldn't ask for that. I just don't know how that looks or what that should look like. Because again, I'm conflicted on it because I think we are giving capacity based on the parking, based on Javin getting more time back, and being, having a full-time parking coordinator. But I don't know if that gives them enough bandwidth and enough efficiency to start working on some of these other projects.
So we have a suggestion to add a phrase on the second bullet point. Councillor Hanley?
Well, maybe this is just a question for the mayor. Is that necessary if we're verbally in agreement as a council that we would like you to be considering the long-term, if in the event that you are not going to propose the full funding for all of the officers requested, that we're all on the same page, that this is something we would like to address in the shorter term rather than the longer term. I'm just, whatever we propose, I don't want us to just be kicking the can down the road and saying, well, we'll deal with that in another. I mean, I know we can't commit to, the finances even 12 months from now, but at least if we have a unified goal that we're going to, if we're not meeting those in the short term, that we're going to try to do everything we can to meet them in the long term. Do you need anything more in writing, or anyway? It looks like somebody's already written something there that may be enough.
Yeah, and we have such a wonderful chief. He's not going to let us forget, right? He'll remind us every time. Well, he'll remind me every Monday morning, but he'll remind you every chance he gets. And as far as the airport goes, we're planning to cut the ribbon on that next spring. But with that said, the airport we won't cut the ribbon. We won't have 22 flights all on the same day. So when you talk about the phasing in piece, that makes a lot of sense to me. And I'll talk with Chief and see what we can do. The problem is he references that study that was done quite a few years ago, and we've still never even caught up to that. And that's what worries him, is the unsettling of the growth, as we all know, because you're approving 800 new apartments, and all of this comes with growth, but it also comes with crime and with situations and burglary and things like that our police officers need. So I can tell you it's going to be something that we'll have to make work in the budget and phase in every single time we budget. The city's growing, there's a need, and we've got to meet his needs. So we'll do the best we can. Again, this year, with the cutbacks and the hiring freeze and the COVID situation, it's going to be a tight year. So we're going to do the best we can, and we'll come back with our solution, our best effort. And then if you can go through and find other avenues, then we would appreciate that. But we'll go to work on this and do the best we can and try and meet as many of the needs as we possibly can.
Thank you.
I certainly like the wording that's been put up here. That's probably adequate in my judgment.
Okay, Councillor Hanley is, I think, seconded that wording, so to speak. Councillor Shipley, how did you feel about it since it was your suggestion?
I think that looks good.
Okay. Well, we're about out of time. I would love to entertain a motion to pass this budget priority statement.
So moved.
We have a motion from Mr. Fillmore. Is there a second? Mr. Hoban?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Second from Mr. Hoban. Is there any further discussion on the motion? If not, then I'll call for a vote. Councillor Hanley?
Yes.
Councillor Harding?
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore?
Yes.
Councillor Hoban?
Yes.
Councillor Shipley?
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes. Thank you very much, Mayor and councilors, for your participation in this challenging annual exercise that we have with respect to a very large city budget. That concludes our agenda items for the work meeting. There is, I understand that a closed session has been requested. Mr. Jones, can you enlighten us on that?
Yes, we do have a closed session requested. The principal topic is regarding character and competence of an individual. I would like to give you a really quick update on our litigation matter as well. So we've got those two items, both of which qualify for closed session, so it would be appropriate for a motion at this time.
Look for a motion to close the meeting. Councillor Ellsworth.
Move that we enter a closed session.
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Harding. I was going to say all in favor, raise your hands, but I guess we're not doing that. Councillor Shipley?
Yes.
Councillor Hoban?
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Councillor Hanley?
Yes.
Councillor Harding?
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore?
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes as well. And then just a quick question for staff, as far as the physical location for that, are we remaining here or are we?
We will be in the council conference room, those who need to be involved in that meeting, with those participating virtually doing so as well.
Okay. So those who are here in person will convene in the council conference room, and everyone else who is involved in this can join us virtually. Mr. Strachan?
Yeah, and I've already told our staff that they don't need to be in there, so I'll be in there with you. Brian will be in there. Mayor, whoever you want to be there, welcome.
If you want to come up.
Sounds good.
Sure, and let's start at 4:35. That gives us about 8 minutes if that works for people.
That sounds good. See you there at 4:35.